So, okay, there we go. Good morning, everybody. Oh, it's just like a minute. I forgot to turn all the lights on. How are we all doing today? Why Jimmy down? I don't know. There's no volume. It's like what 14K volume traded right now. Good morning, everybody. $500 calls on likes. VIX up, SPY down. Yep. Yeah, hopefully SPXX prints. If the day's red, we're probably not going to do a lot of day trading today. Um, but we'll see. Yeah, AMC not having a great morning, but we'll see. Let's see what happens after open. We've got a lot of distractions going on right now with the market and the banks. Nokia is up. What the fuck? Seriously? Jesus, it's up like a lot too. What the hell happened over here? Interesting. Okay, volume in the pre-market. Huh. Yeah, I guess we'll see if there's a liquidity test again today or not. Hope to buy some GameStops today. What's the best time to buy it? It's hard to say. It'll really depend on if we dip. Currently, they haven't borrowed any shares yet, but if the volume remains low like this, past open, we could see like a pretty steady decline throughout the day. Usually the biggest dip is first thing in the morning, but not always. Oh man, hold on. It's bright as hell. Oh, oh, their phone. What's with the barcoding? It's super low volume right now. It appears that there's a decent amount of volatility though. I did want to check out options. Hmm. lot of $200 puts. Well, let's watch what comes in today. Big interview on Bloomberg last night for Nokia. Interesting. That stock doesn't usually move very much. I'll wait for the middle of the day and do a trade at middle of the day. Should it just be GameStop or need to buy AMC and Dogecoin? That's up to you, man. I can't give you any like direct financial advice. Why am I so red all of a sudden? That's very odd. Look like a newborn baby. Huh. Riots in South Africa. Thinking of shorting the South African rand. No. Theory DDS to do with the Russell rebalance playing out. Yeah, there's another fire signal on BBKC TTM. We'll continue to get them as long as we stay like flat like this. How can I do day trading when my portfolio is 100% GME? You can't. I don't think AMC is a super good company. Cloud falls. You do you. And Dogecoin's tanking. But, I mean, they're 20 cents, so I don't really care. Good luck with that, man, I guess. I'll take TA from a newborn. That's fair. I know a lot of people just wanted like the opportunity to watch some, and I had a couple things pop up on my scanners this morning, but they're not looking super hot right now because the red day. So like normally, if the market's down in the morning, I will just return to bed. JPM warning hedges. It works with the intraday margin calls. No idea. Go ham with the Jade Roller this morning. I know I shaved like 10 years off. Do you have any knowledge of cryptos? Like the important ones, but as far as like altcoins go, not really. Why? What about 3 shares of GME in my HSA? Could have something to do with the CPI report, Zakir. Although the CPI report doesn't look bad. That bad. Not the worst. Yeah, another day of wonderful volume, right? So you're better in day trading long then? I experienced that for me as well. No, not necessarily. It's just that I'm already super short on the SPY. So, like, if the market's coming down, I also don't really have a scanner set up for bear movement. We've been in a bull market for months, right? So, no thoughts on JPM earnings. Good morning, everybody. Was that return to bed part of your strong work ethic that you referred to in a previous stream? Yes. I feel like my brain is 70% acronyms. Shannon on 1K EAD. Where's Plenter? Isn't that his job? What's on JPM morning margin calls? None. Like, if it happens, we'll see them. So it's like thoughts on it are kind of irrelevant, right? If they're pulling people's credit, they're just going to pull other credit next, right? Inflation now considered 5.4%. Sounds about right. So post floating around about 10-day trading suspension potential during MOASS. Thoughts? Not sure if FUD. Sounds like bullshit. But guess we'll see. I don't know of any 10-day trading suspensions, but yes, theoretically, I don't know. I've never heard or seen any such thing. I've seen stocks get delisted. I thought inflation was 30%. They're pumping AMC Day again on Twitter. May want to make more people aware that no one here is anything but an individual investor. Yeah. You guys all do your own shit with your own money. I mean, the disclaimer protects us. Ken ate my shorts. Any chance you've seen Charlie's videos looking at the ETFs and new rules and stuff? He shows a lot of info. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the videos, but he's kind of like a little too far down a rabbit hole, and some of his like core thesis seems to be kind of flawed. But I haven't watched all of them, so maybe he's shifted that around. J Powell whispering in the distance. Transitory. Yeah, transitory inflation, my ass. It's here. I think I'm putting secret scanners up there with the magnum opus. How about some Twitter content for scanners? I'll DM you a Discord. Okay, Starlight. Not that I particularly want to read it, but sure. Are stock indicators less reliable due to how heavily manipulated the stock is? Won't follow normal trends, so it's harder to predict. No. I mean, most of the indicators were built in markets that were way more corrupt than the current situation. No, it's still flawed AF. Charlie hasn't gotten much smarter. I believe that, Corneb. Of the YouTubers that I currently know about, only 2 of them have any trading experience whatsoever. The rest of them don't know shit. about the financial markets. So you're like uh, yeah, none of them have any experience in the financial markets besides like trade spotting, and I think his brother supposedly used to be like day traders or something. Suspended days, specifically OTC ones. Quite a few of them every day, but it's just they make shady stuff. Yeah, I know that. I know that kind of shit happens in OTC markets, Micus, but not on like an NYSE listed stock generally. I'm sure it's just bullshit, Starlight. Like most things that pop up. Looking forward to Beat Saber streams. Admitted by them in a Twitter post. I guess he wanted to write about finance. Maybe he's trying to shift his blog. Uncle Bruce is Buffett's cousin. Can you tell us which YouTube so we can avoid them? All of them. None of them know dick. That's why I started a YouTube. Was a big part of it. I mean, besides being asked repeatedly all day, every day while I was doing the live charting. But yeah, there's no like decent out of the live streamers. It's just like I think like trade spotting's okay, but I really haven't watched a lot of their content, so I can't judge one way or another. But they seem to be legitimate. Um, I've seen enough of their content that at least it appears they know what they're talking about. Index fund investor. Everyone else, absolute bullshit. Matt Kors, Trey Trades, Andrew Mo Money. These guys know probably less about the fucking market than you guys do after being in here for 2 months. Warden has read the first half of technical analysis of the financial markets. Bad. Being a day trade is almost like a trade skill, like a plumber or electrician. You lose most of your you learn a lot of the skills on the job. But I mean, there's academic information available. It's just not really something that's heavily taught in schools. This YouTube channel too. I mean, sure. Always question your sources of information. I'm not a Bruce fan. Bruce actually, yeah, Bruce knows what he's doing, but like, does he ever really talk about it? I feel like he just fucking eats bagels and is like, "Thanks for the donation," and reads people's like super chats. I don't know if he ever actually like talks about them. I've watched Bruce a bunch, and I don't think I've ever seen him really talk about stocks that much. It seems to be a very small part of his stream. I think he knows a lot, but he doesn't share that information, at least not for free. Humble brag about us. I don't think it was humble. Review Wall Street. I don't know anything about him. Is that the guy who just like walks around Central Park talking about stocks? Are you telling me don't blindly follow these 19-year-olds who have learned they get a following by being confidently incorrect? Probably. Want to check out Lee Auto? Sure. Anything for you, Secure. Kind of garbage pre-market volume. Could be moving for a test of like 30, 35 again. I'd want to see this bounce like confirmed. It looks decent though. It's like a bullish reversal. I think it's possible that we could see like another test of 35 on it. But the volume's really low today. It's only like 82,000 pre-market. So I'd watch out for that. Isn't it audience with this trading could go boom with one line Johnson? Is that odd that there are all these large orders on the SPY order book and aftermarket, but there aren't corresponding ones in the pre-market? I guess. Thanks for the stream and shooting straight with people. What's up, T Walker? I haven't seen you in a while, man. Wish more people would find this channel. Me too. Me too, but it is what it is. It takes time to build an audience. I'd say we're a pretty patient lot in here. It's clear I am in no way associated with whoever this Charlie YouTuber is. I don't think Bruce's viewers want to know much about stocks. They steer the conversation to random things more than stocks. So does everyone in here. Ben. See, Hartley's already bringing up saltwater taffy. It's Taffy. Hartley. I was looking for a pickle heart emoji and then got disappointed. You could just use like a green heart. What is your experience in the financial market? I'm about done watching cores. I just subbed, so I haven't checked out any of your previous streams or videos. Well, I mean, check those out. I've been day trading for 5 years now. 3 years paper trading, 2 years with my own capital, and then I went to school for finance, a minor in financial mathematics and biology. Can you clarify the rules of day trading? I've heard you can only trade so many times, but I've also heard you can trade unlimited. I'm confused. Yeah, it's pretty simple. If you have a cash account, you can trade with whatever settled cash you have any number of times you want. But it takes T+2 to settle stock trades, and it takes T+1 to settle options trades. If you have a margin account, I think you're limited to 3 day trades, so buy and sell on the same day in like, is it a week? What's the pattern day trader rule? Does anybody know the time frame before it resets? I think it's per week, but it might be longer than that. I'll find out for you in a second. I don't have any margin accounts, so. Is your upcoming DD about ETF arbitrage? No. Is TA less effective of a predictor when the stock trades on low volume like this? Yeah. Yeah, super low volume's not great for technical analysis. Because the signals are weak, right? Like the buy and sell signals, and like where you're seeing like strength and movement is much weaker on low volume. And like you get a lot of drift on low volume where very few shares are traded and like the stock's kind of chosen a direction based on, buy or sell pressure being ever so slightly higher, but not high enough to determine like a trend. Do you believe the margin call started higher around 450 or so, but is slowly getting? No, I saw that video. It's nonsense. There's no way to know, and no like it's very possible that they make just as enough money in their other positions to maintain the same amount of free capital. Or maybe about leveraged ETFs. No, it's not about leveraged ETFs. Thank you so much for that donation. I appreciate that, random person. I think markets are about to open here in a second. Just want to check something real quick here. Is this picking up? Ah, son of a bitch. This could run pretty hard before I can buy in. That didn't pick up at all. All right. 10 seconds. You should start doing reaction videos. I feel like that'd just be mean. Ding ding. Woo. That was interesting. What the fuck happened there? Huh. I think Elliott Way guy predicted another red day today before a green cycle. Okay. I mean, I just don't think there's any validity in that. Morning broomsticks. Not if you switch just shilling AMC, then building an audience is easy. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Dansome Lurmer. Every time we meet karma requirements, increase the next day. You can slang pickles anywhere on the interwebs you want, JC. It doesn't have to be on super stonk. I firmly believe this lot will sell at the peak. I hope so. What kind of movies do I like? Funk. Come on. It's too early to start. We'll start that kind of shit around noon. That's not true. We've never got off topic. Anything that's JP Morgan saying to expect margin calls? No. Do you think we'll see a below 1 million volume day? I hope never. $90 days to reset after you hit 5 times in a week. Yeah, I know you have to be over $25,000 for pattern to get rid of the pattern day trading rule. So you can trade you can trade up to 5 times in 1 week before it triggers, and once it triggers, you're locked for 90 days. Have you considered more frequently uploading stream clips to your channel as videos? No, because I suck at editing. Also, like YouTube's like clipping thing is hot garbage. What's Cemex looking like today? I don't know. Let's find out. It's down 1%. Doge gonna keep going down in your opinion? In mine, yes. I see it dropping to 5 cents. I could. Dogecoin not quite the same distribution as Bitcoin. Dogecoin actually might be a kind of a low right now. I own a bunch of it. Just haven't really done anything with it. It's been up, it's been down. I bought it like 0.002 cents like a couple years ago. I didn't buy much, about like $10 worth, but I still have it. Yeah, 3 trades. Yeah, so you get 3 intraday trades. But if you swing under 25, like if you swing trade on a margin account under 25,000, it's generally a little bit safer. Because like you only get marked if you buy and sell on the same day. What do you think of the 105K FTDs on June 13th? Highest since early March. It's interesting. Ryan Cohen. If you look at DPW, it's ripping. GameStop's tanking. Is the market coming down super hard? Nope. Was it DPW? Penny stock. Is this the right stock? Yeah. This isn't ripping at all. Did it like ripped in like pre-market? I don't know. I guess you could look for a bounce for an entry. Volume's pretty decent. What's the high? Fail like I probably wouldn't actually be very interested unless it passed 3, or like you had like a confirmed test of $3, and then I might like think about like an entry because it looks like the next like resistance is at 4. So there's like some dollars to be had. GameStop doing its early morning dip. Any thoughts on selling covered calls of CX? It's probably not very profitable. Yeah, implied volatility is really low. And also not like a lot of weeklies, so you'd have to sell them pretty far out. I mean, I guess if you're holding CX long term, it's not such a bad thing, but um, definitely not like a profitable covered call strategy. I don't think there's that serious of a risk of them stopping trading when MOASS happens. I think the further into it we get, the higher the risk gets, but initially, no. We dipped into the 170s. Unlikely. Just show us what you got. Do you think there's a serious risk of authority stopping trading of MOASS heads? I already answered that. 184.97 for those of you listening in. I think volume might be a little better than it was yesterday for the first like 5 minutes. Yeah, I saw that funk. I know, I'm way behind in chat. ASMR vaping vids. Ugh. Cringy. What do you trade crypto with? Binance? Let's see if we have any options data coming in yet. No. Let's use like Trade Station for a while. I don't really trade crypto anymore. GLH. I used to, but I didn't like the. I can't stand like the 24-hour market. It's annoying. Missing opportunities and shit in the middle of the night is just stressful. A swing, but what's a trade? Does the pattern day trade freeze allow follow across different brokers? Like with too many day trades on WeBull? I think some of them report to each other, but I'm not sure. I know you can just have like multiple accounts and like you don't want to lock any account, right? But like you could have like 3 accounts and then like as long as you don't trigger PDT on any of them, right? So you keep it under 3 intraday trades per account. I know that's one way to like kind of dodge it. Options are a way to like day trade smaller accounts on like a lower budget, except it's super high risk. But if you have like a cash account because you settle the next day. OSAT crazy today. Is this gonna be like DPW? OSAT. Uh, oh, it's suspended right now. What the fuck's going on with this? Share storm pre-market after GGC units launch on Alibaba. That's a nice like fundamental thing. Yeah, it's running really hard. It's a bit chasey. Although, maybe it's not. Huh. Interesting. If it cleared that resistance, I'd be interested, but yeah, it's a bit chasey and volatile. GM ripping a little bit, but yeah, good. I still have those options on that for this Friday. So imagine the spies coming back up. Yeah. What am I thinking about GM? We could dig into it a little bit. Oh no. What happened to my wedge? Alright. I got moved. I mean, it's breaking to the upside of the wedge, so that's bullish. It's got a new price target at like, I think a new, like the latest analyst price target was at like 85. So, I'm really just looking for this test, which is at like, excuse me, which is at like 66 today. But yeah, I'm just looking for a test of that high trend, and then I'd be looking to move out of the position. But I mean, we're pretty close to being just in the money, so we'll see how it goes. Jimmy coming back up to VWAP. Volume's still complete shit. When do you see our handle breakout Johnson coming? It's hard to say. Soon? Everything's like signaling it right now. BBBY running a little. That's interesting, actually. How much? Oh, that's Best Buy. Every time I go to look up Bed Bath & Beyond, BBB. Ah, that's already a bit chasey. Well, but AMC's not. What's cost doing? Blackberry. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, I think we're gonna rip a little bit here. Volume's coming in. Looking pretty bullish on the bounce too. Just let me update Reddit real quick. All right. Oh, thank you guys. Yeah, I mean, well, like the JP Morgan thing, it's just like either it's bullshit, it's like another bullshit article, or it's true, in which case we'll see margin calls, right? Mirren running? That's interesting. It's a bit high already, though. Mirren likes to bounce off VWAP. I might. How much money do I have in this account right now? Not much. Options. No. Hmm. I don't know if I'm here to buy like 10 shares of this. It's not worth it. $170 for a possible $10. No, no, no. This, I mean, if you are interested in Mirren, a bounce on VWAP could be like a good entry. There we go. It's like a bounce here. If it bounces, this could be a good entry around here. I don't have enough capital on this account to like make this trade like worthwhile, but it does look like it's turning around. And then I would be looking at 18 for a fail, and then probably 20 for the next one if it crossed 18. But I would give this time to play out. Oof. Sent you a question on Discord about videos. Oh, that's super awesome. Thank you, Yeti. I'll get back to you after the stream on that, but I appreciate that, dude. You're so good looking. Thanks, man. Because that's what he's paid to do, Cloud. What do you use to scan the pre-market? Lately, I've been using FinViz, but I need to buy a better scanner. I just haven't like had time to research one. FinViz is fine. It's not the best, but a good scanner is generally worth every penny you pay for it. It's just not always easy to find a good one, and some of them are more like automated, and then you just get front run a lot. Apple has a few good days up. Oh, I was drawing on VWAP. I forgot to, because for some reason Epic Pen resets itself every day. There we go. Your position in Mirrored is 5 shares at $20. So your bag holding. SPXX options on Fidelity lists something called adjusted options. Same ones are revealed by WeBull by checking the non-standard. What is that? I think those are options that were written before the split windmill. Have you ever tried out Koifin? Yeah, I have. It's also fine. Cloud is Jamie G. I don't know about that. Doesn't Finviz only provide pre-market info 30 before open? You can pay for it. Yeah, Koifin has a slight delay. Max Greenwell, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, dude. I appreciate the membership. And don't forget to tune in. Oh yeah, that reminds me. This weekend's stream, the members only stream, is open to all membership levels. Um, so we're letting the pores in too. So don't forget to go over there into the communities tab and set a reminder for yourself. But it'll be this Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Did you see the Trade Trades video? He's freaking out because he discovered how to change the size of candles on Webull. See, that's what I like about Trey, though, is that, like, out of all the streamers, I at least respect the fact that he's not trying to hide what he, like, doesn't know, right? He's just like, I know fucking nothing. This is awesome. I mean, his heart's gonna explode, and I feel like he's on something, but the pores, they need a bath. Well, it's like community day at the country club, right? Where they like just have public admission and everyone can come use like the country club pool. One of the country clubs by me when I was younger did that. Yeah, this lower middle class pickle can enter. Did you say pores? Yeah. Your rich is showing. I'm not rich. I'm just GameStop rich. It's on GME begin to break down if we continue to have low volume. So no, it'll just get delayed. That's all that really happens when you have like extended periods of consolidation like this, is that you have like it essentially just moves the time frame further out. Hey man, I've been lurking for the last few days. Just want to support you by supporting the channel. Appreciate your vibe. Thank you so much, Max. I appreciate that, man. And thank you for the membership and the donation, dude. Super awesome of you. I hope you enjoy it in here. Country club members skip out on that. I could see them doing that. Probably. Let them eat pickles. I wrote that. I'm not rich. I'm comfortable. I'm not comfortable. Matt Bry, thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon, dude. How many bullish signs for Jimmy right now, or is it all mostly negative? I mean, all the like long-term technical indicators on GME that I've checked are pretty bullish. Chat for a while now. For what I gotta tell Jamie Jew, make a great mod. Fucking Christ. Does the number 9 have any significance in your DD? Your cryptic treats reference it a lot. Someone who looks pregnant, rocket gif, up gif. No. No, you've gone too deep, Jared. You've gone way too deep, sir. What's the spy resistance for today? Let's fucking find out. Because it looks like it's going to test it. 437.82. Here, I'll put it on the screen. Make sure I'm right on that, though. 437.87. Actually. So then short term, we're looking pretty bearish. No. Short term's just today. Short term's just fucking sideways trading on low volume. We have way more volume than yesterday, so that's a plus. But we look fine. We're in a downtrend right now. So I mean, in the regard that yes, the first 30 minutes of the market look a little bearish, but downtrends generally break to the upside. So, or descending channels, which is what we're in. Are you having a day, dude? Again. Zero MC pump timetable on how long to transfer from WeBull to Fidelity. No, so I canceled my transfer because I messed up the account number and I haven't done it again. But I'll try to transfer I don't know, 5 more shares at some point again. Forget weekly 800 call option. They now write some 950 leaps. I see them, I know. Those have been there for a while. Pickle juice. They've been there since the last run up. Why don't they just flood our low volume with a lot of shorts? I mean, they do. Most of our volume is shorts. JP Morgan BSC just filed to dissolve in the UK. That was like last week. What do you mean again? I don't know. You go through phases where you get like all this like bearish sentiment, and then we all have to fucking hear about it. And you're like, the stock's not doing what I want it to do. What was that? 436.87, right? I just try to write this where it's not on the middle of my face. Fucking snap out of it. Did I miss MOASS? No. I just want to check and make sure you're healthy. It's important to regularly cup and handle your goods. Testicular cancer is no joke. Yeah, well, I should have copy and pasted it, but it wouldn't allow me to. How come we aren't seeing short ladder attacks? Well, first of all, those were never a thing. Um, but no, it has nothing to do with the new laws, Dalton Hester. It's just that the value of short selling GameStop has decreased significantly. Oh, was it 437.87? Thanks, Secure. The short ladder attacks were something made up by Reddit that didn't actually exist. CPI up 5.4%. Yeah. Dude, you broke my heart twice on Reddit, but I love you still. Apes together. Thank you, cute and funny pets. I don't know what I did, but I do say some mean things. It's the internet. 1.2 billion for the last quarter, pulled from their earnings. That's interesting. Sounds bearish on banks. Can we take some bear plays on banks? Or is it already just fucking way down? I'm not buying July 16th. 30th. Has the IV started to crush yet? A little bit. These are fucking cheap. You know what? I'm just gonna go bank, bear. What's the 3x inverse ETF on the banks? It's like F. God damn it. Faz. Let's do this. Do this for like the 30th. Calls. God damn it. Okay, front run so hard on these. I'll pick a couple of those up. Yeah, I don't care about selling them today. Alright. Oh, I do bow. Cringing because I believed the ladder attacks. Say some mean things to me, please. No, I'm in a good mood. I'm barely on. I usually hang in the background. Maybe I am confusing you with someone else. I'm not gonna lie. That's a possibility. There's like 3 other people named the dude. Dig into historical volume on GME. Do you know if there's a way to see the daily historical buy-sell ratio within a broker or in general? Shortvolumes.com, I think, has it. Tambourine Solo. It's short volume S. So shortvolumes.com. XLF is a financial one. I'm sure there's like 15 banking bear inverse ETFs. The question is, when do I roll these calls? I think I'm just going to let them expire. I think it's past the point where I can roll them. UK EU equivalent of SPXSs. I have no idea, man. Does somebody know that? The inverse SPY ETF for Europe? Was it XLF? I reached out to him. He never got back to me, so that's fine. Mirren failed to bounce. I think you're talking about that other guy called the Dude Intense. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. Do you log your trades end of day? Yeah, generally. Sometimes I forget Parasite, but I usually write them down. I have like a notebook that I log them in, and a computer program that I update even less. But usually, like once a month, I'll get my shit together and go back and make sure that I've logged everything. EUO or EUFX, I believe are the tickers. Oh, okay, so EUO or EUFX. Would you call it a stock diary? It kind of is. Tatzel, what's up? Are we having spikes early in the week to bait people onto calls, then letting them expire worthless and never reach their cost? Bought calls at all the Monday, Tuesday dips for 3 weeks and lost a ton. Possibly. I mean, yeah, if we're trading into max pain, that's kind of what happens. But there's a lot of open interest this week compared to the last 2 weeks. So, like, there's a definite, like, potential gamma ramp. And the call volume's still coming in because the IV's remaining low. If we cross 200, it's going to get pretty silly. Sounds like how I balance my checking. I mean, the fact that you balance checking is astounding to me. I thought online banking kind of eliminated the need for doing that. What's going on, Girk? Definitely not Josh Reynolds here. All right, Jamie G. Buckled in for another boring day. Might try and work. Wow. You really are. You really are prepped. For sure, Tatzel. I've always kind of wondered about, like, I agree that nobody who doesn't know how to play options should be playing options. Um, but like I've always wondered why there seems to be this like narrative that's against options. All right, so already 2.6 million in calls came in, 1.6 million in puts. Looks like, oh, that's interesting. $183,000 worth of 290s came in for September. And 166,000 of 200s for Friday. Those are probably pretty cheap right now. I use you need a budget for budgeting software. I love it, but help me start to actually save decent amounts of money. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, saving's not something I'm good at. So I just like split my profits into like longer term shit. I just literally don't know how they work. I mean, they're a contract for 100 shares. And so you have the right to buy, but not the obligation to buy for a call, but not the obligation to buy 100 shares of the underlying. It is interesting, isn't it, Funk? Some people still lick their fingers while counting their cash. What's up, man? I hear people are talking about me. All good stuff. No, someone was feeling a little bearish, and I assumed it was you because they had a similar name. And so I told them to stop being a bitch. But different guy. Narrative is really against deep out of the money options. I don't know that anyone is really against at the money or close to it. Yeah, I mean, deep out of the money options are generally a big fucking waste of money. But also, like, yeah, the narrative's just against options. It's the narrative is buy and hold, right? So buy stock and hold it and not to buy options. I think I've mentioned options like in my daily like twice, and every time I do, I get a fuck ton of hate mail. Everyone's like, "How dare you suggest apes buy options?" Or do you work for a market maker? Question. How much is Citadel paying you to shill options? And like, I wasn't even shilling them. I was just like discussing them. Not even a slight hint of a gamma squeeze or anything positive. What are you talking about? Hassan, we just got done discussing that the open interest on the call chain is fucking higher than it's been, I think, since January. What hobbies do you have? I spend a lot of money on food. Like, way too much money on food. I buy overpriced food pretty much every day. And I pay for lots of bullshit internet subscriptions. But that's about it. That's like really the only thing I waste money on. I don't want to get shot by the Theta gang. They seem tough. Level 1 options, the only thing you can do is wheel. Because it's only like cash secured puts and covered calls. How do I elevate this complaint? Go to the media? I guess. I'm selling calls on bids to drop the price. On the bid to drop the price. No, these are calls being bought. They would just buy puts to drop the price if they wanted to like hedge the price down. Would be like in the money puts, which are pretty high today. Like 180 puts are up. Let's see. What are the strikes on the puts? 180, 280. Like 100K at 280, which is only 10, but Like 152 at 185. That September 17th spread's very interesting. Huh, those are pricey. I like my cash while counting my fingers. If volume continues to stagnate, with little volume, will it affect the trend into next week or continue on the path? It'll extend the trend, but currently we don't have like an actual breakdown of the cup and handle. Like we have to drop pretty low for it to break down. So it could be that the handle is longer than expected and not so concise, but we kind of would just I would at that point though, I would probably just move into the ascending triangle formation that supports it. When was the last time I've been bearish? It was like a week ago. I think part of the nerve is because options send premiums to the market maker. Yeah, but Citadel's not the only market maker, first of all. And it's also the only way for retail to like affect price change, right? Like buying and holding doesn't change the price of the stock. It's just interesting. It's just something I've been thinking about. Call OI higher than January. I know it's comparable. It's either comparable or a little lower. Okay. 326,000 in $200 puts just came in, so expect a little dip. I'm starting to like this software. See, yeah, when they want to short, they buy in the money puts to push the price down. Call OI higher than January. Spend a lot on OnlyFans too. It's not on OnlyFans. It's just like I think I have every streaming service, and then like some. I think I have like an Xbox Games Pass that I've been paying for and not using. But that's what you like. How is it wasting money? I just got into vaping with Mod Run. It's just like a Nespresso or Vaporesso PM30. Would you be worried if you had an average price of 300? No. I would try to average down, but I wouldn't be worried. In a family of five, so McDonald's costs us around $50. McDonald's is fucking expensive. Like, you can get better food for less money, I think. Is there any books that I recommend on learning TA? I tell everyone to read technical analysis of the financial markets. It's a bit dated, but it's solid. What do you think of put options on HYG? I mean, how's it doing? Is the court bond ETF? I guess you could. I know there's a lot of open interest right now at 95 and 87. Holy shit, there's a ton of open interest on this. For this week, what about next week? Interesting. It's an awful lot of in the money puts. I mean, if there's a market crash, it'll come down just like everything else. We got to bounce at 181.42. Let me update Reddit and let them know about the options shit that went down. Smoother, thank you so much. Oh, and Everett Windelin, I appreciate the donation, dude. Sorry I missed that. Thank you guys both for those donations. I appreciate it. How would you describe the colored yellow to someone who is blind? What kind of stupid fucking question is that? Well, he refuses to change his name, Jared. So the first handle is just as wide as the original cup. We get another handle-shaped handle. Possibly. That wouldn't really be a cup and handle, though. Is Jimmy in a bull flag on the monthly? Yeah. And the weekly as well, Dr. K. What are we dropping today? I'm in buy mode. I don't know. I think we're bouncing right now. But we'll see how it pans out. That last like downward price action, they bought 200 or yeah, 200 in the money contracts for Friday for 350,000. And so we got some delta hedging there that drove the price down, but we should be breaking out of this descending pattern soon, in this descending channel. Let's see if we can map that. So this is known as a descending wedge, and these usually break to the upside. All right, just ignore the last comment. You don't need to tell me to ignore your comments, dude Intente. I'll do it for free. What software you fuck you, Zakir? This is WeBull, for anybody who's wondering. There's a link in the description if you guys want to use it. I don't recommend holding large positions of GameStop in it, as it is an Apex broker, but it's a damn fine free trading software for everything else. Dansome Lermer, #1 fan. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. I think you're already hooked up on the Discord, right? If not, DM me and I'll get you back in the Billionaires Country Club. He's gonna lose his mind. I know he could have saved $3. He only bought 5 shares. Standing desk. My marketing team's working on that. They're trying to get me a free standing desk. I'm stoked on that. I'm gonna have to show you guys a standing desk. I also determined that Skillshare doesn't want to pay me enough fucking money to shill their crap. So they thought they could buy the Pickles time for pennies on the dollar. They're wrong. I'm gonna hold out for a better offer. How and why they need to delta hedge puts? In case of exercise, so they sell shares at market when the put comes in, especially if it's in the money already, in order to hedge the potential exercising of that option. Same thing with the call side. That's what sets up a gamma ramp or causes a gamma ramp, is the hedging of contracts as they go into the money. Red admins are corrupted or paid off. I don't know. No. Yeah, it's back to shilling concrete. Zephyrus, I answered your question earlier, but it's a Vaporesso PM30. They're cheap and they don't leak that much. Head and shoulder on Zella. You playing that? That thing's a clusterfuck. I looked at that this morning. No. If it was, it broke out of it. Or it's breaking out of it. It looks like it's going to keep running. I didn't like the setup on it. I guess I was wrong. Reddit is opening an office in Australia. That's cool. What do you think of GameStop's America tweet? I don't know. Nothing, Marion. It's just tweets. Everyone needs to stop reading into tweets like they matter. Any idea why during VW Squeeze price went all the way down before it went to the moon? Um, it got shorted a bunch. Kind of a different situation than GameStop. Like a way different situation. Similar in some regards, but way different in others. But yeah, they shorted as hard as they could before they started to have to cover. Do you think call volume is retail or institutional? Probably a little bit of both. Do we have any hope that whales might start trying to drive the price up to help their new calls? Absolutely. There's definitely enough call volume that it's obvious that a lot of it is institutional. Down a few packs of crackers and a McDonald's coupon. Get that NordVPN money. I need to get that what's that game? That's what I need. I don't need any sponsors. I have you guys. You guys sponsor the channel. I don't need to sell you guys crap. I've been holding since January. It's not changing until MOASS, but out of curiosity, is there any price that could drop that would break your faith? No, I'd just buy more. I'm not even lying. Like, if this dropped to like $40, I would be liquidating shit all over the place to buy more. Knock is going up on good earnings from what I gather. Can you look to see what it might dip to when it's done going up? KO, don't put your money in Nokia. Let me tell you right now. It's like one of the most high frequency traded stocks. The float is fucking gigantic. And it never really moves that much. I know it bounced, but like it's just a great place to fucking lose money unless you owned it before it went up. In which case, awesome. But it could drop like back to 4, I guess, or 5. It's been holding 5 for a little while. I'll look at it for you. But I can't stress how much I hate this stock. And it's sad too, because it's like a good company and probably a great, like, really long-term hold. I mean, it's still running. They announced like a new smartphone. I'm guessing it's not good earnings because their earnings hasn't come up yet, but I'm pretty sure this is on their like smartphone announcement and some new contracts. Like they've been doing a lot of good stuff, but they need to buy back their shares. Like the float is where is it? Why isn't that showing up? There it is. Free float is 33 billion shares. So currently at an all-time high since January, when it like squeezed with the rest of the like meme stocks. But Nokia can't really squeeze. It might see price action similar to that though. On this run up, maybe like 650. I would be looking at. I would look at 6 as like a psychological resistance, and then if it crosses 6, like 25, 620, I'd be looking at 650. I think GM will bounce. Yeah, it's not having a great day, is it? I hope so. Let's take a look at the daily. Yeah, it still looks fine. I think it's just kind of down because the market's been a little shitty. GM moves pretty heavily with the market. Raid Shadow Legends. That's the one. I don't believe in that at all, but why not? Ooh, 30 more put contracts purchased. Man, put volume is picking up today. Ooh. Holy shit. Oh, a bunch of calls just came in. So I'm liking that real-time options data. Ryan Cohen in danger if these people are on the hook to go to jail. No. He didn't do anything illegal. I had a dream that GME 50-cent puts were in the money. I mean, there's not a lot of range on this. No, that's not what they're there for. What stonk was what? GM or Nokia? 5.62 billion. Oh, is it 5.62? Did I read the wrong data? Whatever. It's ridiculous. It's an obscene number of shares. Do you think selling covered calls on Nokia is a profitable strategy? It generally doesn't have a lot of volatility. So, I mean, if I was like invested in Nokia long term, I would sell covered calls because you don't want your shares just sitting there. But no, people are looking for a lot of like if you're trying to play like theta shit and make money that way, like generally selling covered calls is just like something to do with your shares when you're like a long term investor in a stock. Don't forget, if you guys have a question for me, make sure you at me so I can see it in the chat. Chat's a little busier today than usual. I don't know why. There's not like a lot of people in here, but it is. I'm looking at an option play on Nokia. Gross. There's better stocks, Kaya. Free floats. Okay. Thanks, Pickle Juice. I'm pretty tired, so if you guys didn't see all the typos in my morning DD, I think I slept for like 2 hours. I figure if I say Raid Shadow Legends enough in here, they're going to offer me a sponsorship. And ultimately, whew, Jesus Christ. Somebody doesn't want us running up today. Ten-second summary of today. Down. Can you show us the options chain? Sure. You want to see calls? Here's calls. The gamma ramp starts at 200. There's 4,000 in open interest at 200 for Friday. It's quite a lot. Considering that's usually around like 1,400 to like 2,000. Zella making. Yeah, I looked at it this morning, but I didn't like the entry. Should expect to see in pre-market after hours during MOASS. Not much. Like, there'll be price fluctuation, but the volume's really too low for anything major to happen. 182 is no different than 320. You have to have liquidity in a short squeeze. And so short squeezes usually don't do that much in after hours from what I've looked at in the past. Hit that website you're using for the options data. No, because they want me to like give out their product, and I'm ensuring that it's a worthwhile product. When are you going to launch the Pi-Fi options trading course? Shouldn't have sold your bed to buy spy puts. Why? I'll sell all my beds to buy puts on the spy. Stop wearing that VWAP hat. Stop trying to tie the stock movement to the fucking hat I'm wearing. How about that? Any opinions on OBV observation? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, OBV is just... All the OBV theses are complete... I'm going to say this really clearly for everyone. Complete bullshit. They mean nothing. Ignore them. Fucking OBV's flat. No, it's not. It's like sideways. It's the equivalent of sideways trading guy. Except he's pretty accurate. At least lately. He doesn't have to zoom out that much. Why did Jimmy go up 50% in the aftermarket and the 90 to 180 run up? Bid-ask spread was very wide, low liquidity. The price can move a lot on low volume, but I think they're more worried about like MOASS ending and like the shorts covering in after hours, and that's not going to happen. Bring back the cookies hat. Maybe I'll get it when I go on a lunch break. Or by lunch break, I mean 5 minutes to go get coffee. Did we get shorted? Or we got shorted. They bought a bunch of in the money puts. Absolute bullshit. OBV's as flat as the earth. Exactly. Your handle's intact. You can push this down today. As low as they want to, I guess, or as low as they're capable. Their goal is to get the stock to be as low as possible. So 180 is pretty strong resistance. 190's been pretty decent. Both of these have acted as like pretty solid supports, so we'll see. There's a post yesterday that was from someone experienced, but also made perfect sense. Shorts can get 1 hour margin called, so they can't allow it to go up for a few days. Now, like before, I guess. I mean, they could always get margin if there was like a risk of catastrophic loss, then they could get margin called immediately before the rule changes went into effect. But I mean, they're definitely spending some money to keep the price down, at least on the options chain, which is nice because it's a little more obvious than actual short selling. One board whale, yeah. How do fresh in the money puts bring the price lower? They're delta hedged by the market maker. Secret side alliance. More shares to go up to come down. What's ups and downs? More shares to go up. I don't think so, Knuckleballer. This is all the shares traded today have been basically sold short for the most part. You're counting. I think what you're doing there is you're counting all green candles as positive volume, and they're not. They're not like 100% buy. Just like all red candles aren't 100% sell. But I guarantee that we've been shorted pretty heavily for the last several days. Why do you think we are not in a Wyckoff distribution like FBTC? I mean, not a similar pattern. And if we were, we'd be in the very, very early stages of it. So we'd still have a lot more upside potential. Monkey, getting the train rolling to make sure you have a nice bed to sleep on. Thanks, man. Limit orders do not affect current price, only market orders, right? Yeah, and market orders that exceed the ask side like spread. So somebody would have to market order quite a lot to bump the price, like 1,000 shares, 2,000 shares. What do you think? How do you feel you draw a pickle vote to accessorize things today? So only 64% of people want to see me day trade, which is interesting. I think this is because BlackRock is going to recall their shares from IWM tomorrow. They might. That'd be fucking crazy. For those of you who don't know, BlackRock has earnings tomorrow after hours. This whole ordeal has given me much more respect for the difference between $1 million and $1 billion. Yeah, and the longer you do this, you'll realize that $1 billion isn't very much. Why do I use WeBull? It's easy to visualize. I don't hold very much of my GameStop in WeBull, and I don't advise people to. But it's like a good app to stream with. It's got good charting. And for a lot of people, Webull and unfortunately, for a lot of people, Webull and Robinhood are some of the only brokers where they can obtain higher level options strategies. As they incentivize gambling. Idea about current short percentage? It's high, above 200%, I would say, Sticky Pickle. At least, at a minimum. Did you see Jacked Gherkin it? Did you think it was a bit weird? I didn't see it. The casino bots are back, I see. You suspect short hedge fund are watching their own live options data using live call events as one of their indicators. Yeah, I'm sure. Partly. It's because most people don't have money left to day trade with you, like me. But day trading makes you money. But yeah, I understand that. I don't have that much money left to day trade with. Oh, if I saw like something decent, I would, but the market's red right now. Everything's fucking red. Like this is not a day where I want to be day trading. Like an SPSC ran up again. Or SPC. Interesting. Huh. Oh, that's such a risky play. Huh. No, I'm not gonna do that. It's just stupid. Oof, right on NFT day. WeBull is good for CX shares. Yeah. I'm gonna build a gamma ramp before a share recall. Seems like why wouldn't they? They don't fucking care about the SEC. I think you guys are forgetting that like nobody cares about the SEC. They care about the DOJ. They don't want to get in trouble with like the US attorney, but like they don't give a flying fuck about the SEC or FINRA or the DTCC or the NSCC. Somebody said higher than the stop limit on TD. Stop limit is above stop. I mean, it just seems like it should be a higher number, which is confusing. I have no idea. I don't use TD Ameritrade. If people can't pay $10 for a broker, they should not trade. That's fair. Uh, but Webull is free and easy to use, and it's not the worst day trading software. I mean, is it as good as IBKR? No. But it's a hell of a lot better UI. It's also got a better UI than Active Trader. That's his streams are about, visualization. So some Jimmy shares are still in R2K, or talking about ones the ETS with R2K. I don't know, Jacob. Should go figure it out. This is for day trading. Thanks, Mean Mug in Life. What's the deal with the 51,073 calls for GME on Friday? Is that in the 800 strike? Um, they're cheap. If GME runs and IV spikes, they could be worth like a little bit of money, but basically they're just cheap. Are you self-censoring? Your pinned message is retracted. I wasn't self-censoring. I just deleted it because it was annoying me. Also, the links in the description for the daily DD. How good is T212? Didn't they like lend out everyone's shares? I should watch a good tutorial. I don't like TD. I won't use them. Randomized. They're perfectly fine brokerage and their software is decent, but I refuse to use Thinkorswim or hold any accounts with TD Bank ever. Could you explain why BlackRock were to call shares for earnings? I don't know. They just might. They could. They're up like 6,000% on their GameStop position. So maybe they want to show that. I don't know. I can't think of a valid reason for them recalling shares, except to fuck other hedge funds. There's a list on Reddit Fidelity site for UI improvement that's stickied. Yeah, supposedly Fidelity's doing like a big update sometime this year to their to Active Trader. So I'm excited about that. And if that turns out the way I want it to, I will be definitely switching over there for the stream. But in the meantime, WeBull limiting sell orders to 3 million. None. I don't see how that's possible. But I'm waiting to hear. Some guy said he was gonna like find out more about that. Because they would still have to, even if you sold above three, maybe they have to like break the payments or the wires down to your account. So maybe there's like some sort of delay between selling and like those funds being deposited. But I would imagine that if you had a stock that was worth $5 million and you sold it, they would have to. They could have just give you 3 million and be like, "Here you go, that's it." They would lose their licensing. So I think there's something fundamentally wrong with that theory. But maybe you have to like take an extra step, like you have to contact them to sell. I'm not really sure. It's not really a concern of mine. I frankly don't care if I'm able to sell my shares of GameStop that are in WeBull right now. So it's not super relevant to me. Short buy the money puts. I think there probably be a delta hedging. I think I understand. Shorts buy in the money puts. Can then sell shares to remain delta neutral, lowering price. That's correct. Yep. The 16th of July being hyped to the obscene amount of out of the money puts. There's an assumption that the FTDs from previous cycles have been stuffed into the options chain, Paul Lowe. And so that's why everyone's hype about the out of the money puts. Can you zoom out and show us what we're looking at? Fuck, I'm already zoomed out. You can see the whole day. Board gamer. Fidelity is building a system to support its new billionaire class of apes. I'm so looking forward to it. 205 call next week. Expire. Gonna need this cup to explode. Yeah, I have some calls for next week too. No name. Is this a bear flag on the 5-minute? Not really. Bear flags, much like bull flags, have high volume. They're like a rapid movement. I mean, on the cup and handle, nothing's changed on the cup. The cup and handle is a daily on the daily chart. So it takes several days for any like actual movement to be realized on the cup and handle. History, they all disappear. Yeah, I know, Peanuts. Or are you just telling everyone else? I can tell Kirk is. I'm not losing my patience with chat. Good morning. Quick question. You often speak of consolidation periods of GME and other stocks. What does it mean in the stock sense? Well, all pretty much all stocks move from periods of high volatility to low volatility over time. If that's what you're asking. So generally, you'll move from a high volatility period like our last run up into a low volatility period, which then precedes another high volatility period. Some stocks are just never volatile. Yeah, chat's fine. I don't have any problems with chat. 3-minute chart, guys. The chat is much more stock focused today. I like it. Remember, please, guys, tag me if you have a question for me. It does make it easier for me to see like questions directed at me versus just general chat. Does it seem to you that they're trying to lower the price at a more rapid fire to avoid being margin called? No. I think it's just easy to push the price down because the volume's so low. So we're seeing more fluctuation than normal because there's no volume. We still haven't even hit 1 million shares traded. Last time I'll ask, I'm not being annoying, but is RBC a good broker to be with? I have no idea. Is that like Royal Bank of Canada? I don't know anything about international brokers, right? Like I'm a US based trader. You'd have to ask some other ask other people in chat. Maybe someone can answer you. I don't really have any experience with them though. Do you think we live in a simulation? I don't know, maybe. Do you see it going to 177? I mean, it looks like we're holding above 180 pretty well. So, I know, everyone just wants to know when moon. The safety of IBKR. I mean, they're a great brokerage, but as far as like holding GME, they could be on the riskier side. They are self-clearing. Like the best places to hold GME are probably Fidelity and Vanguard. You need a little more help for next month's bills, electric, water, gas. Sure, dude. I mean, but no, I'm pretty sure I can pay my bills currently. What percentage of the human population do you think is deplorable beyond redemption? I don't know, 80, 90. How do you feel about the infinity pool stuff? Clearly you haven't been here for that rant. It's nonsense. Why wouldn't it be a good idea to buy a near the money call right now? I can't think of one. I have some out of the money calls, like pretty far out of the money calls right now. Um, but I can't think of a good reason not to buy a near the money one. I mean, you're risking the premium and they're not cheap, but uh I would definitely want to give myself some time on that. Oh, there you go. Gigi answering your question taken. He just wants to know if they're like a reliable brokerage. It's called GME AMC supports about 180, 39, 33 respectively. I mean, GME has a support at 180. I don't know anything about AMC's current supports. I'd imagine 40, like the psychological resistance, JTK. You said you don't like dividend stocks, so what's the gist of your plan post MOASS? Wheel, value plays, continuing to day trade. Hey, post MOASS, I'm not going to trade at all. I'll just dump money in shit that has like long term growth potential. Ideally, I'll buy that stuff on sale, not another Dan. Yeah, I know Nook's up today. No, I think the wedge played out. It broke to the upside back here. Um, this is just chop. I guess it could be like a double bottom. It's kind of like a weak formation, but when you get how would it be holding up during the riots? Yeah, I might need to do an extra espresso soon. I lost my job a few days ago. Moon soon would be nice. I'm sorry to hear that, Victor. Did you quit? Did you shit on your boss's desk when we were up $5? That's what is boring boomer brokerages. Yeah. I will say that Fidelity, although I fucking hate their UI, it is super resilient to high volatility events. Like, even in January, I had no problem fucking logging into Fidelity and accessing my account and facilitating orders. What's the most realistic price target? You think there will be intervention? I don't think they'll intervene immediately. I think the point at which intervention is more likely, whoa, dude, is like if it drags on. Like if the price gets locked up very high and it starts to affect like the overall market or, the global economic infrastructure. Because as soon as it starts affecting like the global economy, then like you could have fucking some serious political pressure. About to hit 1 million volume before noon. Holy shit. Bullish triple bottom. Yeah, I guess. I don't like this though. Like for it to be a triple bottom. I'd prefer if this was a more consolidated movement. It's like in every triple bottom there's a double bottom, right? Who would speak about them? Do you have any knowledge about them as a broker? I don't know if they are a broker. I don't know if they offer like brokerage services. And not in the sense that like Fidelity would. They have investment services, but AMC support is around 39.30 today. I mean, that's just a $40 support though, Cornub. That's just like $40 options attempting to stay in the money. Supports are like more flexible. Support and resistance is more flexible than just the exact price point generally. ATOS. I know I posted this one on Billionaires. What's it doing now? It looks like it's back down, right? Or is it up? I don't fucking know. It still looks like it's breaking the upside on the daily. It looks good if it can ever clear that resistance at $6. If it breaks above $6, I'd expect a test of 7. Its uptrend's still like holding okay. I didn't know people were still in on that. It's like an old play. Tomorrow will be a month of downtrend. Let me just get a couple green days, please. We had 2 green days last week. Last Thursday and last Friday were both green. So long-term growth investments would be individual stocks. Yeah. When reading TA, do you think sometimes the stock is doing a nothing burger type formation? Just like chop? Yeah, if it's just like trading sideways for a long period of time, there's not a lot to like garner from that. When you get a minute, can you check out my question in the day traders chat? If Zella breaks the 550 resistance, $5. Let me look. It looks like it's failed the test at 550. If it breaks 5, I'd look at, yeah, 550 and then 6. Just psychological levels at that point. People like round numbers. So 550 and 6 would be where I'd be looking for turnarounds. If it broke 550, I'd expect it would hit 6. Well, halt stocks during high volatility. What? No, the stocks get halted by the market. So like the NYSE would do the halt. Yeah, everyone follows suit. So on the 16th, we have 435,818 puts expiring, which general options. It's almost 44 million shares. What do you think this will do to the price? It's a good question, Dan Matthews. Something I'm waiting to see. It's a very curious situation built up over there. But you know, only time can really tell. There's a lot of assumptions that can be made around those puts. But until you see the action generated by them, there's really no way to tell the reason for their existence. I do know that a lot of them were created back in January and March, or sold back in January and March. Lux on GM tanking. I mean, it's got a downtrend today, but I wouldn't really say it's tanking. It's like down $1. Might just be consolidating a bit after yesterday's run up. The market's not doing super great today. It's doing okay. Like it's retesting that like high, but it's still not back in its like long-term trend. So I would imagine if the market runs hard, we might see a turnaround on GM. Yeah, don't get tied into plays like that, MW, though. Like, if you did good on Addis, awesome, but like then you can kind of stop looking at it generally. That's like a big mistake a lot of new traders make, is that they'll like make money on a stock and then keep going back to that stock to make money and then lose all the money they made in the first place. Look at Rocket. Rocket's like a perfect example of people doing that. Can you analyze the 1 week GME timeline? It's like a giant bull flag. Or like the one, is this 1 week or month? Month looks like a giant bull flag, but the 1 week there's just like a big cup and handle. It's the same cup and handle that we're looking at on the daily, right? It's just like much more pronounced here because there's more volume per candlestick. So I guess wake up randomly, or do we need some company-related news to act as a catalyst to drive it up? I mean, news is always good for generating volume, but I don't know if we need it. I don't know if we need like a catalyst to bring volume in right now. Although I guess anything would be nice. This is not, I don't expect anything. Is this a bull flag? Not really. Yeah, I know. SPY is hitting a new high. But its new high is still lower than where it needs to be, which seems to just be continuing to happen. I'd imagine if negative statements are made tonight by some of the banks that we could see some very interesting shit happen tomorrow. I'm out. No plan on heading back. All right. Just remember, guys, when you're trading stuff, always look towards taking profits. You know, like when you're in on these like small time trades like Zella or Atos, like taking profit. No one ever lost money taking profits, and don't let yourself, like, especially if you're an inexperienced trader, don't let yourself become a bag holder. You know, set a profit target and take profits when you feel comfortable, but always be wary of becoming a bag holder. Um, Bull flag on the 1 minute? No, everything is a bull flag. Bull flags are very specific in that they are voluminous, and like the pole, the flag pole is usually, it's very quick. It goes up quickly with on decent volume. Where's the swag shop so I can buy a hat? There isn't one yet, but I swear I'm working on it. Selling merch is like not really why I got into this, but do you really think banks are gonna have negative earnings when reverse repo suggests otherwise? Yeah, I mean they shouldn't, but they could have negative statements. I don't know if their earnings are gonna be bad, but they're allowed to make forward-leading statements. They do a Q&A. You know, people might be like, "Hey, why are you guys pulling all your lines of credit and shuttering down your international like satellite offices?" And then, then they answer that and the market goes phew. But who knows? Why do people on Reddit award anonymously? I don't know. They don't want to be thanked for their award. What's that paradoxical? My pull also goes up quickly on decent volume. All right, Pickle Morty. Let's see what's going on with the options. This was a lot harder to find formations on than high volume. Yes, A Kiesel. TA is less precise on low volume. Formations are generally not as defined. Jesus Christ. Those $200 puts are up to 300 contracts now. Ooh. Interesting. Somebody has purchased 46 $80 calls for this weekend in the money. That's very interesting indeed. Huh. Well, that's fun. I thought about Jimmy doing a token dividend, but found a way to sell extras to shorts to avoid litigation, but also show short position while cashing in. Unlikely. Just super unlikely. They've already got the SEC, up their ass doing their investigation, right? Like, they're not going to do anything like that in that situation. They're just going to play it safe, no announcements, nothing, just conduct business until it's over. I don't know why everyone thinks that, like, Ryan Cohen is going to be their fucking savior for MOASS, but I don't think that's their goal or something they're interested in. I think, like, yeah, they want to continue to market to Apes, right? Because it's profitable. Why do people on Reddit get so excited over low volume? I have no fucking clue. Because they've seen the stock move from periods of consolidation to breakouts. And so low volume means a breakout, right? Like it's like confirmation bias. No, the price staying at 180 means that people are holding. What's the options tracker I'm looking at? They're a options tracking service that I am considering, but until I have considered them a bit longer, I am going to stay quiet on that. What's expiring this week? Those in the money calls need to be hedged. Yeah, like fully. They're $80 calls. So they would have to super be yeah, they're expiring. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Tassel. Yeah, they're expiring this week. Oh, just went up to 53 contracts. That's a lot of fucking money. That's like $500,000 in $80 calls. So someone's pushing back, which is interesting. Are the $80 calls used to sneak into a long position? Probably. Because they're for Friday, right? So maybe they're gonna buy up a shitload of them while the IV's low, and then just well, it's not even just like I don't really think there's that much IV on those right now. It's the IV. They're like Delta like 90.99. It's like a little bit of theta decay. 200% implied volatility. Fucking contracts are expensive. Jesus Christ. Um, they're buying up a bunch of them. Yeah, I'd imagine they'd exercise them. Could be a pretty big position. Are using Warden's option sonar discount code? No, it's not option. Option sonar actually not real time. It updates like every 15 minutes. This one, the one I'm looking at, is real time, which is why I'm kind of interested in it. But I want to make sure that it tracks, right? So I'm kind of watching price movement versus options movement to see if it's like, if their data is accurate or if they're like, no, no. I'm mostly looking for the data to be accurate, checking end of day data before I talk about them a bunch, right? Because I don't want to like show you guys some crap data service if it's unreliable. It was 437.87. I'll write it again. I think I hit clear all by accident. Options activity bullish. Yeah, very, very bullish. Bit of a basic question. So when short hedge funds are margin called and say all apes diamond hand, what drives the price up? If they can't buy shares owned by apes, are they buying back their synthetics? Yeah, they buy back synthetics, and then also the bid has to increase, right? So like, if you want people to sell an illiquid stock, you have to jump the bid, right? Because you have to like supply and demand, right? So you have to, if the demand is high, they have to pay more to release some of the supply. So that's what raises the price. GameStop has released no news. Yeah, I mean, we had good news the other day, and the price dropped $10 about the new. Although I don't know, that might have been too forward looking for it to really be good news. It's just like, but the Reno, Nevada distribution center that they're opening or fulfillment center. I'm briefly going through the importance of the VWAP indicator. I don't explain VWAP to people. You're gonna have to look it up, Alberto. Google's a good search engine, or at least it's the most used one. You could use DuckDuckGo. There's probably some other ones. Bing. Is it bullish or bearish? Is it what, bullish or bearish? 50K share borrow. I mean, that's not very much. Whale fight. Yeah, there's a whale fight going on the options chain, just not as visible on the stock. If it's Elon buying in the money calls, you'd think he'd buy a lot more. Elon also no one's fucking savior. Anyway, he's busy like pumping and dumping things that he can't get in trouble with the SEC for. Yeah, it's good news because they're working, like actively working on their transformation, but it's not a lot of news. Like, although I agree that fulfillment centers are the backbone of any e-commerce powerhouse, right? Uh, the sentiment around logistics is odd. People value Amazon highly on its popularity, not the fact that it has like just hands down the best like logistics system of any company in the world. Which is what drives Amazon's value. That and like AWS. Amazon is just really good at moving shit around. It's volume weighted average price, smack factor. That's not even what it means. You don't even know what it means. Knock is really running. That's cool. I don't care. Knock can literally go to the moon, and I wouldn't give it two shits. I hate that company with a passion. Mostly just because I've lost money on it. But it's like, you know how AMC doesn't move the way you want it to because of its gigantic float? Nokia's float is 10 times the size of AMC's. SLIs and IPO started to run. It was just suspended. Don't put money into IPOs. You just end up the bag holder for the original investors. Tesla S Plaid. Okay, that's cool, I guess. No, knocks up like 10% or something today. I just don't care about it. And I definitely don't want to like look at it too much and encourage other people to care about it. I don't even know. Randomized. Fucking can't read the label on this bottle. Something. Some sort of fruit mix. Is it harder? Like, I want to think of how to ask this question without sounding like a prick. Is it harder holding when you have a higher cost basis? Is it like because like my cost basis is really low, right? So is it like at 180 I'm not stressed at all because I'm up over 100%, right? But like if you're in it like if you're in at 180, is this like a tense fucking moment? Yes. I'm sure Vecna will find a way to spin it anyway. I'm already losing money. I think it's harder to hold when you have profit. Huh. Yeah, maybe. Dan Almighty. This is a good position for the Bulls to make a move if they do. I don't know my cost basis, so I'll never sell. I'm just curious because it fucking shouldn't be. I understand being bored. This is fucking boring, right? But like, it should be easy as hell to hold it. Like, you know, we're gonna test that upper at a minimum, right? Like, it's almost guaranteed we're gonna test that upper resistance of 350 again. So like, even if you have a shit cost basis, you'll be positive. Even if all the fuckery in the world went down and everything was wrong, we're still gonna test 350 one more time, right? So it's just like, nobody should be stressed at all. I'm not fucking worried at all. But I'm also like up significantly. So I just wonder how, like, because I don't really own very many long positions, and the ones I own I got cheap, right? That's why I own them. And so I don't know, I was just like curious how it feels for you guys. Like, I know some of you guys have a higher cost basis, which shouldn't matter, right? Because like $10 million on sale for literally fucking any price is still $10 million on sale for that price. Make a poll about it. You know, there was actually a good post on Superstock today. It was like, why hasn't retail just like found out how many fucking shares they actually own? It's not like it's illegal for us to know. I mean, DFE's not in jail, and he posted his fucking position like all the time. It was the most significant post I've seen on Superstock in a while. Gherkin its sell price leaked. 10 million, still confirmed. But I've never said that GME couldn't hit millions. Well, we'd hear if he went to jail. But fucking the news media would be all over that shit in a heartbeat. I know the case against him got dropped. Or I think the one that like was in the Massachusetts, he was getting like sued by his employer or something. That's fair, Paula. Yeah, remember, guys, never invest more than you can afford to lose in anything. Yeah, still no positions in chat. Just because, not because, for any other reason that like nobody should feel bad for having less shares, right? Because I mean, as long as you hold and you're in it for the long run, like your whether you have one share or 10,000, you're equally important, right? And the number of people out there with like X shares, right? Like under 10 shares significantly outweighs the number of people with more than that. My wife nagging about wanting new furniture is the only fun. Yeah, I mean, everyone's always going to have like that I didn't get in sooner regret, right? I have that. I could have got in this stock at $5. Or fuck, if I knew further out, 3. I guess I can afford to lose everything. This is the way. It's actually it's stressful because bringing in a family member and a friend. Well, this is why you should never suggest investments to people. I've learned that the hard way many a time. They usually listen to you anyway. They always paper hand before they should. Did you say my post of rotating still as the caption? Was it the most significant post in Superstock recently? It's probably more than that, Mikas. Yeah, I mean, at this point, though, I mean, we already own. I'm pretty convinced that retail owns significantly more than the float. I know people personally that have bigger positions than me that are still holding. And so, like much bigger. My argument always is if you're gonna waste that $200 or so anyway, what's the difference? Yeah, that's true too. Not a Johnson, but above VWAP, which is cool. Like I said, this is a good opportunity for bull side. I'm not gonna say shares. My share position is smaller than my options position, but some people have guessed at it. Is one of the magnum opus thesis points regarding scapegoats, unsurprisingly, and who surprisingly is in bed with each other. And is BlackRock a significant actor in the thesis soap opera? Inadvertently, and no. So your first two questions, no. BlackRock being an actor, it seems inadvertent so far, based on the evidence I've seen. I had to get out for general health. If it goes to 5 to 10% beyond what I sold it for, I'll get back in. I'm into the third week, and it's much healthier. It's understandable. I mean, we always hate to lose a diamond hand, but you know it happens. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, Camilla. I've gone close to 15 times my original position, which was small, and I'm willing to bet most people have done what I've been doing for the last 5 months. Yeah, I would say so. Why do we keep calling this sideways trading if we're down from 235? It's sideways on the intraday. Most of our drop was the at the money offering. Since the at the money offering, we've kind of just drifted sideways and been really heavily shorted. But it's like a very little price action over quite a long period of time. Most days are down like sub 1% or up sub 1%, which is just like a consolidation period. Baby Dill from Rugrats. Ugh. God, I hated that show. 10% from my original position from Feb to now. Or 10 times. Diamond hands aren't lost. They were never diamond. Well, you know, shit happens. It's unfortunate, but it's like people do, like, some people are, you know, over leveraged and they couldn't afford to be. So maybe they intended to hold forever and just couldn't. And I think a lot of longer term investors would just prefer to let retail hold up the floor and then buy in when it kicks off instead of tying up their capital. But shitty yet true. Short hedge fund short every single morning, and then we slowly build to just under open. What do you think of an anonymous position submission of all super stock apes? I'd worry that people were gonna lie. SPXS is the one I use, Jeremy Fox, primarily. There's some other ones. You could just short the SPY. There's never any lack of volume there. Or buy puts on the SPY. Every handle creates a new comp. Well, cup and handles take 3 months to form at a minimum. Can you touch on what to invest and how to maintain your wealth post MOASS? I mean, chances are pretty high that if MOASS occurs, and it occurs to the extent that we think, many stocks of companies that aren't going to fail are going to be on sale very, very cheap. Um, and so look into companies that you understand and know about or think are good long term investments. Start looking into them now. I don't believe in diversification, but you could invest in like ETFs, mutual funds if you want. They're like the rate of return's a little lower, but they're not the worst. Don't lend money out. Don't give money away. Don't buy stupid shit like Lambos. Um, don't overinvest in property. People have a tendency to do that when they come into a lot of money. Property costs money long term. The real estate market's looking meh. No, I think dividends are shitty. I'd much rather a company that I'm invested in takes their money and invests it in forward growth than pays me a fucking dividend. Growth is more valuable than dividends over time. So I'm not a big fan of stocks that pay a dividend. Generally, there's a few stocks that I like that pay dividends, but that's just because they're forward moving plans look good. Yeah, I haven't done like value investing analysis for a while. The last stock I really did it on was GameStop. Yeah, Burke's always good, unless Buffett dies. I would wait till Buffett dies to buy Burke. I know that sounds mean, but I definitely would. Don't dividends make the stock higher because it keeps away shorts? A little bit. It doesn't make the stock higher. It just generates less short interest. Or at least it generates less long-term short interest. There's some companies that do both, right? Like they have enough money that they can do a dividend and put a lot of capital towards growth. Did you take $1 trillion or 1 cent every day of your life? $1 trillion. It fucking absolutely in a heartbeat. $1 trillion. You can make 10% a year in like very, very safe investments off $1 trillion. Do you know how many fucking days you'd have to be alive at a penny a day to make a trillion? What? Come on, Ash. At least make it like 10,000 or 100,000 a day versus a trillion dollars. So it kind of makes sense. Can you explain the meaning of life? It's like 42, right? Do you mean 1 cent that doubles every day? See, that's different. If you made a trillion a day, well, not a trillion a day. Yeah, buy $1 trillion worth of GME. Let's fucking go. Yeah, compounding gains are very shocking. I think that was the most shocking thing to me when I started trading. It was like how quickly your gains can compound. But I'd still take $1 billion and then just use that to make compounding gains rather than the penny. Money now is always better. Like capital now, right? Is always going to be worth more. They don't teach you compound math in school for a reason. I mean, they do. They just don't teach you in high school, right? I don't think. What's your typical plan for taking cash out of your brokerage account? How do you decide what to reinvest versus use for expenses? Well, like I pay myself like a set salary every year out of my gains. And so like I never take out more than that amount a month as like my own payment for day trading. And so that generally keeps um my growth rate and my brokerage positive. There's been I think there was like 1 month where I ended up losing capital, or two. It was actually 2 months where I lost it. It was like right after the COVID correction last March. But I had like 2 negative months. Spy fails the test. Hasn't failed. It's just chopping along the test. Back to the big leagues. Yeah, I guess how would one live off their investments without dividends? Constantly monitor them and sell positions to get cash every couple of months. Yeah. Kind of like running your own fund, but like you'd make so much more than you would off just holding dividend stock. I mean, you could if you're super wealthy, you can diversify a lot more. You need to, actually. It depends on how much money you have. But if you're like a millionaire, you should definitely be you should like consolidate your investments and use most of your money to generate like growth. Federal Reserve Bank put $1 trillion a day into the banks in March 2020. We're being told to buy toilet paper. Do you agree that the price is manipulated? No, no more so than any other stock. Is it heavily shorted? Yes. Do I think that affects technical analysis? Only if you disregard the heavy short position. And Pascal, the only place where I have like you could see that is in the charts. That whole idea that like the stock's manipulated so you can't analyze it is horseshit. Honestly, the charts are probably one of the truest sources of data on GME available to the public. As in, if you understand it, the manipulation is reflected in the price action. And the more time you have, the more obvious that becomes. Ooh, that's some volume. Spy flash dip to 406? What the fuck? No? Why can't I look at the spy? What's going on here? No. That's got to be a misprint. Yeah, mutual funds are easy. I think I think the manipulation makes GameStop even more predictable. Like it tends to consolidate longer and sometimes it bleeds a little more than expected. But it's never like massive movements in the opposite direction of like expected technical analysis. It's never like a complete like unless there's an at the money offering, there really hasn't been a complete breakdown of technical analysis on GameStop to date. But there's so much more you can do if you have that kind of money, Dan can. Like, yeah, I guess if you just want really passive investments, you could just dump a bunch of money into like Vanguard mutual funds or BlackRock or wherever you want to put it. But like, there's much more impactful things you can do to grow your wealth at that point. Are you long on China? No. Their economy's growing, but it's still not super stable. If the US economy crashed, China wouldn't like pick up the slack, right? They'd just also be fucked. Yeah, it's fine to maintain wealth. It depends on how much wealth you have, right? Like how much can you live off of? How like invested do you want to be? Like if I was a multi-millionaire, I would probably just wheel options to grow my wealth. Like less I would wheel but not on the risky side. But then there's like a fine line like if you're successful at that, like do you just become a market maker? Um because like obviously then there's more money in doing that and that's tricky, but if I had like more than $100 million, I would just you could that's the point at which you can start investing in like companies that are like up and coming. You can get in before IPOs and you can experience like a totally different kind of growth not available to the pores in the market. The stream getting shorted, I don't know, I think I'm having some like choppy internet conditions, it looks like. This is her response on timing blank. You can't link anything in the YouTube chat, guys. Were hedge funds took me 2 months of me and find enough sources with the same experience. Great questions. Warnings did happen. What comes next? I'd like to know too. Thanks for reading. Seems sus. Still no clear source. Interesting. I mean, if I was a real reporter and I had a source at a hedge fund or something like that, like obviously, I wouldn't reveal them, right? That's a tough line. I mean, either they're super ethical or they're not. They're either super ethical or the complete opposite. Yeah, there's just like much better money making opportunities than like mutual funds and ETFs at that level of wealth. Because you can invest in development, uh, angel funds. Yeah, I mean, you could have money with like several hedge funds that all beat the market by 20% a year, and then whoever beats it the best gets extra money as like a bonus. There's just a lot of ways to make way more money than that. Do we need to pay your internet bill? No. Start a tequila company with an actor. That's a way of doing it, yeah. Breaking correlation with AMC. It's interesting, isn't it? This actually looks good for a change. Finally. For the internet bill. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. UK based doesn't mean anything though. Secure. You don't need to resort to calling them peasants. What's an angel fund? Yeah, you can get in like super early in like the early rounds of funding. You can start a fund and fund your own tech startups and shit. Do you expect volume to pick up before or after Friday's potential action? All the way through. I haven't seen volume this high since last week. 406 is a misprint. It's a sign of something coming. That'd be fucking awesome. What's SPY doing? Nothing. Chopping at its all-time highs. Do we expectations? No. Because there's like, it's more of like there's a window for us to see action on those. Or the action I'm looking for. So there's no like specific date. I mean, there's a date by which I expect to see something. Thanks for the $2 for my internet bill. You guys know when you do that on YouTube, I get like 40 cents, right? I don't know what I'm going to do with that 80 cents, but I guess I'll put it towards my internet bill. Zella volume good. It was earlier. SPXU calls this week. Praise be to Ivy. 80 cents of a fractional GME share. I don't have any brokerages. I don't think I have any brokerages which sell fractional shares. Or if they do, I've never bought one. Wouldn't go to Russell 500. Does Fidelity sell fractional shares? I wouldn't want them in the run up. Yeah, I didn't know that. I've never bought a fractional share on anything. Did you catch my question about individual versus Roth accounts for day trading as a mechanism to avoid capital gains? You can only fund a Roth so much. I mean, I guess if you want to see the gains from your day trading, uh, like when you're 55. I've paid capital gains tax for the last 2 years. It's not that big of a fucking deal. Suck it up. Just consider it a fee on your profits. If you get a good accountant, you know, they can help with that. And if you're a day trader, you're technically in business for yourself, so there's a lot of deductions that you can take off. You can also take off your losses, as you know, they are losses in the truest sense. Why wouldn't you want fractional shares? I wouldn't want fractional shares at all during MOASS. I would want whole shares because they have to be put together and then sold in a block. So it's very hard to sell them at like specific price points. They just get sold into the volatility at market. Internet premium subscription. There's only one level of internet higher than the one I have, and it's not any faster. I had it before. It's the same speed I have now. Like, it was $100 more a month, but it wasn't any faster. I don't think you can day trade in a tax free. Yeah, you can swing trade in a Roth. I know that people do it, but pro tip: lose all your money playing options, and you can carry over the losses for years. You can take off losses in a Roth. I didn't say you couldn't take off losses in a Roth, but to maintain the tax-free status of a Roth, you have to wait till you're 55 to cash it out. Otherwise, you have to pay taxes on it, right? I don't know. I don't have retirement accounts. It's not part of my plans. You should not day trade in a tax-free account. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can. I don't think you can day trade in it, right? Maybe you could, but isn't there like a cap to how much you can fund it? Good faith violations. I mean, yeah, you'd have to let it settle, but it would just be like the same as a cash account, right? With a Roth, you pay taxes up front. Weird. Yeah. So, not a tax lawyer or like a retirement specialist. You're allowed to withdraw principal. I mean, depending on how much you make a year, income tax could be more than capital gains. No, I'm not an au pair. I'm a former financial advisor with a Series 6-7. Was all I studied. Yeah, that's what I thought IRAs were capped at like 6,000 or something a year. I know they had a cap. Just what cap gains is. I've never paid 37%. Maybe my accountant's doing something illegal. I'll have to ask him. Look up what Bezos people did with his Roth IRA turning into $5 billion. Did you hear inflation is 30%? You haven't made enough to pay max tax bracket. Okay, yeah. I was my first year. I was only, yeah. I wasn't up several 100,000. But even then, I mean, you're still not paying like the full 37%. There's a lot of deductions you can take. Yeah, I'm not at 500K a year yet. I guess if I wasn't holding GME this entire year, I could have hit it. That would have been hard though. Maybe like next year, it would have been possible. Yeah, that's why I don't do my own taxes. Oh, you can also move to Puerto Rico and day trade and never pay any capital gains tax. I think you pay tax to the Puerto Rican government, but it's like not a lot of money. How is Atos looking to you? Up 20% on the day. We took a look at it earlier. It's fine. There seem to be a lot of people in it in the chat. Those tax brackets pay the highest percent. Huh. That's in UK. ISA. Yeah, I mean it looked fine. I'm not in on it, CJ. St. Fed is about 30 or 35. Huh. Yeah, I know. It's a huge tax loophole that's getting abused. But I have like three of my friends that are traders have already moved there. I know another guy who lives in Cyprus, I think. He's also like a day trader. Once your account gets above like a certain level, like those kind of moves are pretty relevant to your forward looking gains. Moving to tax shelters and post MOASS, will you marry me and move to Puerto Rico together? I'm not marrying anybody post MOASS. Is your friend Logan Paul? No. Does Logan Paul live in Puerto Rico? I don't fucking know anything about them. Got anything new to say about our favorite stock? Well, we ran up pretty nicely above VWAP, and now we're coming down a little bit, probably to like here ish. I hope we bounce. Ah, hold on. I need to redraw that. I'd like to bounce there. I have a cousin, uber wealthy PI attorney, who lives 6 months and 1 day a year in Puerto Rico for tax haven reasons. Yeah, it's pretty common. You wouldn't be marrying anyone. You'd be marrying no one. But you'd be living in Puerto Rico, which is bad. I mean, it's not in the areas where people have shitloads of money, right? You gotta deal with like hurricanes though, which is shitty. Hit them with a prenup. Prenups are difficult. They still get a bunch of your money if you get divorced, even if you have a prenup. None of them are like ironclad. The cost of living's not that low in Puerto Rico. Like, you should go look at rents for like luxury condos in Puerto Rico. It's expensive as fuck. You keep getting coin-based ads on your channel. Ignore them, Santos. I don't put them there. Watching me drop is like thinking about how we were on a giant rock flying through space insanely fast. I don't really know that much about Puerto Rico. I just want to find a beautiful country with no extradition. I think those things aren't synonymous with each other. No one. You need to make under 175 or 250K to contribute to an IRA. Huh. What rich person hobby do you think you would pick up? The first one would be like fine dining. Can you guys see that bounce? It's a nice bounce. Where was my line? Was it there? Yeah. I think it was. I had to move it. Reverse MOASS. Any feelings on delta gamma neutral DDs? No. I haven't read any of them, but no. Peak rich people sport? No, the peak rich people sport is golf. Whether you're good at it or you like it or you don't, golf is essential to being rich. Too many deals made on golf courses. I hate golf, but if I was rich, I'd play it. Plan on buying any crypto post mass? Yeah, like maybe like 5%. Maybe like 5% in like primary cryptocurrencies, and then like 1 or 2% in like altcoins that I like. It's actually tennis and polo. I'm not fucking riding a horse if I'm rich. I want to get kicked in the head. Real deals are done with the sword. Buy a racehorse? No. I don't like the smell of horse shit. As someone who isn't rich and has a husband very into golf, I'm interested in the basis behind that. I have no idea. Yachting. Yachting's a big one. Horse girls are bad shit crazy. I only find that funny because it's been true in my experience. Polo? Dude, this isn't the fucking 1800s. It's like, what are you gonna do post MOASS? I'm gonna become a Victorian era titan of industry. We're gonna hang out at the polo track every weekend. Just wondering if he's secretly rich and I'm getting bamboozled. I don't know. It sounds like it's time for you to start digging into his personal shit and find out. See, if you're never married, you don't have to quote unquote get away with the buds. Like if you have a girlfriend, you can just be like, I'm gonna go fucking hang out with my friends. Go do whatever you want, right? Or my favorite, we need like 7 days of space. The internet is a passing fad. Do not invest. Is NASCAR a rich person sport? No. I mean, the fans of it aren't. I don't think. I mean, middle class, upper middle class. It's hard to watch a car go in a circle 500 times. Owning NASCARs is probably a rich people sport. Letting other people risk life and limb for your entertainment. Give her the credit card. Ugh. These are things I would never do. I moved to this landlocked horror show for him. I don't know. I just view marriage as a bad investment. People change. I've never liked anybody enough to like them forever. But that's me. I'm probably just ill suited for it. Or you marry a good person that lets you do what you want based on trust. Oh, I'm not attracted to those people. Kirk has daddy issues. No, I just like nice people are boring. Absolutely not, Danny Appleseed. Do you know your personality type? No. I feel like those have been kind of tossed to the side in modern psychological research anyway. What does the gender of friends matter if you want to spontaneously hang out with them while you're in a relationship, vice versa? Does the gender of friends matter? No? I don't know. I guess it depends on the person. I know a lot of dudes that do not want to like hang out with girls and do like dude things with girls around. I don't know why. I don't think it matters, but yeah, look, GM's coming back up. It's doing it good. This is what we want, right? For people that own GM. For all of you whose Dillionaire memberships I've paid for this month. Vis-a-vis non-financial advice. GM to the moon. We're only one letter away from the moon, guys. Is this gonna fail? Cause I'm gonna be pissed if it does. The wrong GM is squeezing. I don't hang with the girls because I'm shallow and know what my intentions would be. That's fair. See, that's a bull flag, guys. If you, if anybody was wondering, GM pivoting to make rocket boosters. Aw. Wah, wah. What was the number for the spy again? I keep erasing it by accident. 437.87, right? Jimmy bouncing just a little bit below VWAP. Yeah, I have a girlfriend. I've never disagreed with someone so much, and still had the utmost respect for them. Thanks. GMED. Sorry, I just need to see which way this breaks. Don't worry, GameStop's not doing anything. Actually, you know what? I'll just pull up the side by side. No, it's the wrong one. There. Who would buy a $1.1 million chunk of GME or GM? Oh, a lot of people. GM doesn't just make shitty cars. They make shitty commercial vehicles as well. What do you think of the inflation rise? I'm not surprised. I mean, inflation's already been getting priced in other places. Go to the grocery store. Han's not my girlfriend. How about that Jimmy is below yellow line? It's not that bad. Which ticker's which? GM is on top. GME is on the bottom. Jimmy should never be in the bottom. Well, then it's got to run. Then we need a bull flag because it's not currently competing. Do I gotta find a girlfriend before MOASS? Or just don't have girlfriends after? I don't know. It's up to you. Just do like like that thing, like do the bachelor thing and pretend that you're like poor. Find someone you really like and they'd be like, hey, surprise, I'm super rich. That's probably a pretty fair bet, Hales. And don't think all gold diggers are women. If any girl wants to talk to me about general finance, I'm gonna marry them. I could introduce you to some ladies on Wall Street, Sean Booze. Could you give us tips on getting dates without being rich? Asking for a friend. If you find a girl attractive and interesting, ask her out. If you can diamond hand GME, you can ask any girl on the planet out. Right? Banker chicks are savages. You think the fact that every crypto follows Bitcoin is just a cover for the biggest lie ever? Possibly. But every stock follows the market, so Is the S&P 500 or Nasdaq or the Dow Jones also a cover? You overestimate our powers. Looks like a nice bounce on view up. I don't know which stock you're talking about. GME doesn't currently have the volume to do anything relevant. I've never asked a girl out because I'm too nervous. They just show up. That's weird. I don't get that. I don't know why people are asking me for dating advice. I guess they're like pickle dude fucks and they want to know my opinions on this. And they're not wrong. Let's not be incels. I feel like that's something you shouldn't have to tell yourself. Maybe it's my quote unquote Chad energy. Have you seen the Voltron funds, DD? No, Sahib. Pickle dude is hot. We're trying to get lucky with him. Can you tell me how a baby is formed? Well, two people have intercourse. Mistakes are usually made, and then babies happen. What age am I? I'm 34. Wait, 35 or 30, 33? I think I don't know. One of those. Cool flex. I know. Ladies love the pickle. Jesus. Uh, is that what the doctor said to your parents? Probably. I was definitely a mistake. Just based on the economic situation my parents were in at the time. I was not a planned child. Chelsea, also 34. Congratulations. I know. Which just means I'll get old fast. Jimmy rallies. Pickle live streamer calls child a mistake on stream. You hinting that you are the gold digger? No. I would never do such a thing. Yeah, maybe. Why don't you know your age? I don't know, because I don't check. Why the fuck would I care? After 21, does it matter? Starlight, I'm 14. Congratulations. GME chart looks identical to IJR ETF. I'm in my early 20s. It's going to be dangerous having a lot of money post MOASS. You'll probably just end up dead. Statistically, lottery winners under the age of 30 have a really high rate of death. Actually, it's under 45, I think. Maybe I haven't brought this up in a while. But if you ask me for my social security number or date of birth in chat, I will just ban you. GME billionaire loses all his money in Fortnite. I hate that stat. Then defy it. Don't be one of the dead ones. I think Jimmy will be a violent squeeze. Yeah, most likely, Hadoken, just based on the amount of short interest. The number of people found dead in Vegas hotel rooms overdosed on cocaine is going to skyrocket post MOASS. This I do know. This is a fact. My wife wants to know what's the date of birth of your child in her. I have no idea, man. It's your responsibility. Figure it out. Those are some famous last words. I don't end up dead after MOASS. I didn't make enough. Keep ban these edgelords trying to dox you. Well, I told them that if they continue, I will. I think it's like a streamer thing, but I don't know because I don't watch streamers. It's hard to tell. The old me will die. Undoxing videos. Can you please go over your top 3 indicators for MOASS? Candlesticks, VWAP, and RSI. Aston Martin greater than Lambo? Probably not. Definitely not more reliable. British cars are the fucking worst. Reverse head and shoulders forming? Maybe. Or just chop. Don't forget about OVV. I did, and I meant to. What's my first purchase post MOASS? More stocks. Big chunks of companies. And revenge businesses. They're both pretty shitty. Like Italian and British, but British are pretty bad. Aston Martins in particular and Jaguars are really awful. Like, if you're rich, do you want to spend all your time getting your fucking car repaired? I wouldn't want to. Well, you gotta hire someone to repair your cars or, like, get a mechanic on site. Later, Han. CS is moving. Closing in hot on my sell point. Nice, dude. Hostile takeover of General Mills. I don't think I'd have enough money. Nothing like dumping a shitload of money on depreciating assets. That's how you stay rich. Yeah, I have a driver's license. I have a car. Weird. I feel very attacked right now. Well, don't. Just because you like a thing doesn't mean it has to be good, right? You're allowed to like it. You have that. You have that right. But I also have the right to call it a piece of shit. Do you still plan to short then take over Amazon while Bezos is in space? That's Ryan Cohen's plan. I don't have that much. I don't have that many shares. So how much of CX are you gonna buy after MOASS? Then you own like 5% already. Their floats like 1 billion shares. I don't want to be a concrete magnet. That's fair, Hales. Gotta hurry and get an AMG V8 before they stop making them. If not for driving, then for investment purposes. Eh. Not magnet, magnate. NATE. Why is GM having a run up? I don't know. Technical analysis said they would. He controls the sand. GME volume? 1.31 million. I would never give Elon Musk my money. if I become as wealthy as I expect to be, the last thing in the world I'll be doing is making other wealthy people wealthier. Can shorts get as much lower? RSI is already not pretty low, like bottomed out. Call options are being purchased. Yeah, we're definitely very close to an uptrend, Justin. I expect one. Who's the biggest shill in our saga so far? I don't know. I don't believe in shills or FUD. It's just like nonsense. Like, if you're stupid enough to listen to it, then you deserve what you get. Jamie G, maybe. Warden, Jim Cramer, all of them. Who cares? Just ignore them. We have better shit to do. We can watch the stock go sideways all day. When are we going to see another cup and handle on the daily? There's no such thing. Mo Money must have already made like 100K of YouTube money. I know Trade Trades makes like 100K a month on YouTube. The mainstream media has definitely done the most damage in keeping MOASS from happening. I feel like the whole like shill hunting thing is just like a big fucking distraction. Like, oh, this person's, we all need to rally against this shill in our midst. It's just a big fucking waste of time because people are bored with not being on the moon. Can you explain reverse repo and how it relates to GME? I don't think it does. When's there going to be another roaring kitty tweet? The 16th. How do you feel now that you made it big time with casino bots? We still haven't gotten the thought bots back yet. I've definitely said some things on this channel that have driven away a decent part of the audience. Oh, Matt Kors definitely makes more money from YouTube than he does stocks. He's like, what, double Trey's subscribership? And he live streams, so he's probably fucking killing it. Some people just can't handle open conversations about boofing. This is true, Jacob. Yeah, so I watched Matt Kors for like a couple of weeks when I was just like bored watching the stock, and I think he was like net 12,000 in losses by the time I stopped watching him, and that was like over a 2-week period. So you're saying I should just put the hashtag AMC back into the description of the stream? You know that you know what'll happen in here if I do that though. What will you be doing with your attendees after MOASS? Boofing them? Mo Money makes around $3,500 a month. I'm sure it's more than that. How much does it say I make? An 11.5K, of course, losses were from Tesla. A lot of them were. Inflation has a potential to cause a market collapse. At least a massive correction, yeah, Lawrence. But we'll find out if it's transitory tomorrow. I wonder how many times he says lift off. I concur with the AMC. Hold on, let's just do a poll. Just remember how many rants I had to go on in the early days? It was terrible. We finally got a good thing going here. But I'll let you guys decide. If you guys want to deal with me screaming at AMC people all day, that's your choice. I'll do it. I don't give a shit. I'll just make more money, right? I'll get that entire viewership that just watches me because they hate me. 41 to 654 estimated monthly earnings. No, mine's more than that. It's like, I think last month it was like 2,100 before like all the donations from the perm, which was like $1,400. So it was like 3,400 last month. But it's okay. I made like $14,000 off NVIDIA options. Maybe I can convince them to sell their AMC and buy GameStop. What if I do that? Without giving any financial advice, of course. Yeah, I thought about doing like an end of day wrap up video. It's just like I have to do it all in one take because I suck at editing, and I don't want to like. I'm a cheap fuck, so I don't want to buy decent editing software. And then I'm tired. Like I'm already working so many more hours than I'm used to. I spent 68 hours doing this last week. And that was like a light week. It's been as high as 80. And I'm used to working maybe 10 hours a week. Like on a busy week, I'll work 10 hours. So very out of my element with all this extra. I will unsub and spend my $25 at the online casino if you start pushing AMC. Well, so far it's a resounding no, so I'm not super worried. I wouldn't shill AMC. I would still just like bash them. Yeah, this is not shill AMC. This is just I re-tag AMC in the stream and say the things I say about AMC anyway. The entire first like 2 weeks, AMC was tagged in the stream. That's how Cornub ended up in here. Just this pull itself has lost you another third of your audience. Just use your iPad and edit using iMovie. Super easy. Interesting. I don't know. I don't really know how to use my iPad. Ooh, Spyfall will have you up. That's rough. Goodbye, Spy. Maybe I should get out of these GM calls right now. GM will not hold if the Spy tanks. Shit. I just need to turn around for just a second. I think the AMC crowd's ready to hear the bear case. You know, they're trading at like $38 right now, or $39. It might be time. Okay, Spy's bouncing. Yeah. Tag AMC, or the only honest AMC streamer. Anon. TTT, UVXY, FAS, and SPXS all up, but GE and GME still down. GE? I'm not on GE. I'm on GM. GM is up 0.03% for the day. Yeah, Spy's down now 11 basis points. Is there a reason we aren't watching Spy Tank? Well, I mean, we can just watch it here, right? Like, you don't actually need to watch the Spy to watch it tank. You just watch these tank, and that's because the Spy's tanking. But sure, you can watch the Spy if you want to. I used my iPhone to make your sweet new intro song. Yeah, Spy tanking could potentially devalue the assets of entities required to post margin for GME. That's correct. So 100,000 still available to borrow. VIX Pickles getting thick. Not really. VIX is at 0% gains for the day. Admitting that AMC is bullish will only happen once pickled pigs fly. AMC's not bullish. It's in a fucking constant downtrend since it hit $73. Except they didn't have an at the money offering at $73 like, or at their peak like GameStop did. And NFT is active. It's being mined right now. I mean, that possibly not possible if the GME NFT wasn't already live. I don't know what's going on with the NFT. It's not making the fucking stock price go up, Stefan, so it doesn't matter. How about a face-off with Matt Kors? You both get 20 minutes to put your cases across, and then you smash him over the head with a chair? That's so violent. Why? I don't want to do violence to him because he shills AMC. AMC constant downtrend to bullish. Can you mine an NFT? I don't know if that's how they work. I thought you just mined the the chain for transactions, right? It's not a coin. I don't know enough about NFTs to weigh in on this, but I'm sure somebody does. Well, emotional and mental trauma, but yeah, not I don't want to. I have no desire to physically hurt other YouTube streamers. That's just weird. See, the real secret of this stream, guys, is that Matt Kors banned me from his channel for saying AMC was a shitty investment. And then I was like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm going to go start a YouTube channel and crush you. No, but I like that origin story. I don't even think that's beyond something I would do. Why are we looking at GM? Well, because I own options on it. GME's right there too. You can't look at more than one stock. Scott Mickelson, come on. Sick origin story. It's a combination of things, Jacob Gilliam. Change your username to Jamie G and then shill AMC on his channel. Why? So I could be in absolute agreement with his entire audience? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, NFT is a token that can't be funged. Oof, filled VWAP. Run, GM. Run so I can sell these options. Spite channel. it's just not. I'm not going to say that that's not part of the reason I started my YouTube channel. It's at least 10% of the reason. You a modern day Eddie Furlong? I've got 10 of these fucking $60 contracts right now. Give it time, Master Baiter. Like, I know everyone's like, oh yeah, when it goes to the millions, don't dance, right? But like, if GME went to like millions a share and AMC just tanked and went out of business, I'd dance like a little. I wouldn't even care about the 30 shares I lost. I could just write those off, right? He's a bait master. He's just really into fishing, JC. I could do the truffle shuffle. I'm not like the fat kid that people made fun of at summer camp. You think it's going to 10 million a share? I think it's possible. If you set your mind to it, you can boof anything. What happens when AMC moons before GMA? It won't. I love how that's your limit, JC, by the way. That's your not safe for work. We talk about boofing pickles in here every day, and you're never like, oh no, stop. I'm 90% sure AMC already mooned. Do you think 35 million a share is possible? Sure. Is anybody going to be holding at that point, though? If you have the balls to hold the 35 million a share, fucking congratulations. I would just post videos of me dancing and like throwing money in the air and at Matt Kors on Twitter. So all his followers could see it until he blocked me. My exit strategy only begins at 35 million a share. You do you, man. And if you guys can do it, fuck yeah. I've got WeBull shares, so there's a good chance I have 45 shares I could never even sell. Where the fuck did I get more Cemex? If it's going to 30 million, why do you have more options than shares? Well, most of my options are already in the money, but I intend to sell to exercise them on the way up. Randomized. Making the squeeze even more difficult. Because then they have T+2 to give me 100 shares for each option contract. I still have a lot of shares, though. I'm out. No way it's hitting my strike price. All right. I'm going to hold. Corneb. I'm going to hold, and I'm going to teach you the value of diamond hands. Or the market crashes, and I don't give a shit about my $10, $20 options on GM. But it's risky. It's not risky if you exercise during the FOMO stage of the run up. They still have to. I don't care if they give me fake shares or real shares. They still have to award me shares, right? Like they have to. I have to have shares in my account and T+2. It's not risky. Why do you think DFE had his fucking options for so long? I just bought mine for further out and then rolled them. And then rolled them again. And now I'm going broke. But I'll roll them again. I don't give a shit. We're all going to hold 10% no matter what. No, I don't think it's safe to say that. That'd be cool, but I don't think everyone's going to do that. Also, my strikes. Oh, you're at 62, aren't you? Corneb. You have $62 strike on GM. Well, then you should have sold on the run up when the IV spiked. Or at least wait for another one. Not financial advice, but that's what I would have done. You have my permission to. I haven't even heard it yet, Ben. I have to preview it. Maybe I'll play it during the beginning of MOASS. If a quarter of the XXX plus apes hold 10% of their shares forever, then couldn't the price get past 30 million relatively easily, assuming we can trust internet strangers blindly? I mean, I think whatever price GameStop is going to reach that price no matter what people do. Whether people hold 10% or people paper hand, I don't think it's going to fucking matter. There's so much share lockup and the short interest is so high that there's no fucking way it doesn't reach its absolute peak. If every fucking ape on Super Stonks sold on the way up, it would still hit whatever high it was going to hit with or without them. This is the effect of a stock being significantly over 100% short. Are you gonna push a bye-bye SPY button? Not yet, but it's not looking good over there. I'm surprised GM's actually holding pretty strong against the down market trend. So is GME. Bold claim. Like, if you believe there's, 200% or 500% or 1,000% short interest, why the fuck do you care if people hold? I don't care what anyone does. If you hold, good. If you don't, whatever. Someone else will buy your fucking shares. This is my favorite General Motors stream. No, I don't have a MOASS sign-off speech. I figured I'd wing it, let it come from the heart, Which will probably just end up me being like, oh, fuck, and cutting the feed. But we'll see. Maybe I'll be more composed. Selling is eventually what unwinds. It's just that, like, there's not enough shares to be sold to unwind that large of a short position. It will keep going up as long as any amount of the float is owned and not being sold. Even if it's like 3% of people are still holding it. Add a GM hashtag. No one knows about this play, except for the dillionaires. Well, then just remember, if you're selling on the way up, you're a paper-handed bitch. And I'll be greatly disappointed in you. That fucking matters. What happens in terms of price action to ETFs holding GME during the MOASS? I don't know. What ETFs? Do not get financial advice for becoming billionaires? No. How petty should I be in GME rips? I don't know. As petty as you want. I have friends that didn't buy GME when I told them to. And I send them a newsletter every week with my positions. I have them all lined up in my email, and I send them a newsletter. So you could be that petty, or worse. You could buy like all your friends but him a Lambo. To be like, dude, you're making all that crypto money. I figured you could get your own. Unsubscribe. Take advantage of us for once. I can't do it. 72% of people said no. This is a democracy. Or like a democratic dictatorship. You guys get a vote. It's just, I could ignore it. I'm selling on up versus down. Once hedgies are margin called, they have an amount of. When we peak, hedgies no longer need to buy shares. Who the fuck is buying them then? Actually, the peaks will probably start to occur when short interest gets around 100% and below. But they still have to buy shares in the peaks. It's just that buying will slow down. Taxes, maintenance, and insurance. Don't forget insurance. No update regarding the DD yet. It's not time. Edge plus or T's plus plus. Jimmy's doing this. It's just very sideways. Market still trying to claw its way back. Come on, rip. One more time, GM. I feel like I should make use of the facilities. This is a democracy, new perm poll. Help, I'm being repressed. I thought you didn't care about how many voted, so why would you? Yeah, this is part of a wedge breakout on GM. This isn't a wedge, per se. I mean, I guess. It's just kind of chopping. The volume's kind of dipped off a little bit. Can we vote on merch? Spy dropping and hitting levels not seen since yesterday morning. Yeah, it hasn't fallen off the cliff quite yet. Better not put off the DD for too long. No one will read it if MOASS triggers. Yeah, then I don't give a shit, right? I don't need to be right that badly. So it could drop off. Could be a sell-off to meet margin. It's possible. Janiski, thank you so much for upgrading to become a Dillionaire. I appreciate the support. If you want to get in on the Dillionaire Country Club, DM me over on the Discord, and I'll help you out with that after the stream. But thank you so much. Might as well. One of us. Either you come out with merch or I'll start selling merch, and I'll send you a cease and desist letter, Dr. K. I have a lawyer, I think. Well, sometimes. I don't like to pay him. Spy support at 435.75. Resistance 436.50. No, resistance is 437.87. You don't have pickles to do that? Yes, I do. Long Johnson, Cornishon, Dillionaire. It's all the same pennies. Thank you so much, Niski. Can you let me know what you see on Carve straight up? I got you. Chia Media Uranus. Oof. Is that the daily? No, it's the 1 minute. Looks like it's coming down, dude. 1 minute. I don't know. A lot of volume came in on this run up here. Maybe I need to look at it like a shorter time scale. Hold on. Okay, so it peaked at 42.50. I'd expect if this was a squeeze, which I don't know shit about this stock, but if this was a squeeze, I'd expect another bounce. So you might see another test of like 30. Yeah, it looks like another test of 30. If it can clear 25, I pay very close attention to a breakdown here, though. If it dips below VWAP, I'd get out. But that's, just me, not financial advice, obviously. That's what I would do in that situation. What the fuck is going on with this stock? Did you see it? I just gave you a like. Thanks, Juan. 100 to 200 million. Who's selling? I get people still buying at 10K. This isn't really so much. They have to use so few shares on days like this where we have no volume to drop the price. Like 600,000 shares, and they bought fucking almost 1 million in the money puts. Let me actually go look. What are we looking at? Do not try to read the DD. That's impossible. Are you expecting a rip tomorrow? I'm expecting something this week, Ryan. Obviously. Don't have a life. I have an unfortunate streaming position, though. I need a house with more rooms. This is taking fucking forever to update. Hold on, I'm trying to check the in the money call options right now. Or puts. Call options on GM look bullish as fuck, by the way. So now up to 841,000 in $200 puts, double the number of contracts from this morning. The $80 calls and $200 calls are also both way up. $14 million in call interest today versus 9.2 million in put. The fucking gamma ramp is looking strong as hell. If we hit 200, we're going to take off pretty hard. So they seem to have a lot of interest in trying to suppress the price, yes. Looking at getting a leap. Your best non-financial advice is October 300C, a pretty decent leap. Looking for the same exercise on the way up. I guess. Sounds expensive. I think the time for buying leaps at... I mean, yeah. We could try it. If we don't MOASS by October, that's going to suck. I bought leaps, but at the time they were way out of the money and super fucking cheap. Yeah, a huge gamma ramp on GME this week. I'll tell you. 36 million in calls for this week. $36 million in calls. Most of them at the $200 strike. Also, a lot of August 20th $200 calls. A shitload of 190s are coming in. $200, like in the money puts at every price level. 200. So the two largest put contracts sold this week or bought this week are at July 23rd and July 16th, $200 puts. And then also 190s for this Friday and 180s for this Friday. Seem to have a lot of open interest, but $200 calls for this Friday are fucking through the roof. 7.6K and climbing. So I'm excited. Someone's gonna fucking try to push those in the money. Explain like I'm 5 leaps. Leaps are just options contracts with very far expirations. So it's more akin to just buying the underlying. Maybe slightly cheaper. Like, is an October leap cheaper than just buying 100 shares? Yeah. Oh, wow, those aren't actually even that much. They're only $1,800. I thought they'd be more than that. Yes. If the price goes up, those are going to get very expensive very quickly. Yep, that's the wrong stock. There we go. 180. Trading at 180, guys. When do we need to hit the 200? Hit 200 for the gamma ramp to work? Tomorrow would be great, right? Like tomorrow's the ideal day for bulls to push. They buy up as many contracts today and tomorrow morning as they can, and then push the price mid to late afternoon. Yeah, leaps are just options that don't expire for a long time. It's just like it's like a way to reduce risk of loss, like buying leaps. So like if the stock moves against you, your contract will, like, it won't lose its value as quickly than if you owned the stock. Because a lot of the value in the contract is the theta. So it's like a slightly safer way of holding a long position. And then if it moves in your favor, you make money. What does what mean, Smack Factor? Complete sentences in the questions you ask me, because otherwise I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What is real-time option screener, borrowed share software, and borrowed share software are you using again? I haven't told anyone, Johnny Diamond Hands. The real-time options tracker, I'm still waiting to see if the data from it is correct, because what they're offering is generally extraordinarily expensive. And so if I'm going to talk about it, I want to make sure it works, right? So I've been looking at it for the last couple of days. It seems to be okay so far. I haven't found any flaws, at least in like the end of day options data versus what I saw come in through the day on that software. But I'll let you guys know as soon as I'm a little more sure of it. I miss 180 meaning 280. Well, maybe I just already knew what was going to happen. Big volume on the 180. No, our volume still sucks. Flavor am I vaping? I don't know. It's like fruit something. Check AMC options change to see if there's a similar move preparing. AMC options tend to be a lot cheaper, so it's harder to spot it. Call high. Highest interest on AMC right now are $3 or $40 puts. $9.8 million in 51,000 contracts, $40 puts. The highest call is $40 for this Friday. With 20,000 contracts and $45 for this Friday. This is how you can tell people who buy AMC have no money. Because all of the calls are for this Friday. They're all like 3 DTE calls. The puts are for August and July. But yeah, they're pushing the price down, but definitely right now it's like 50-50 parity call put. $179. No, he said 177, Leonard Joseph. I remember. I've started screenshotting all his predictions, and I'm going to make a DD about how he's always wrong. How low can this go? Pretty low. You'd be surprised. But no, I mean, probably not. I don't think we're gonna fall. Like our volume's so low. I don't think we're gonna like fall very far through this, right? Like this is a really strong support. We've hit it before and bounced on it. Anyway, we only care about up. I can't find the answer. Is Fidelity 25K benchmark for trading across all accounts, or is it for one individual account? I'm not sure. My day trading account in Fidelity is over 25K, so I don't have it like spread. I don't have that spread out. I have like other accounts of Fidelity with money in them, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Make a DT. A short hedge funds exercise those deep out of the money puts before 716. How might that impact the price? If they exercise them, the price is gonna go up. Oh, the out of the money ones? Those can't be exercised. You can only exercise options contracts if they're in the money. I thought you were talking about the $200 puts that they've been buying all day. Those will expire. And then we'll see what happens. I'm sick of trashing Elliott wave analysis. It's a valid form of TA. No, it's not. It's an okay form of TA. Valid would mean it's right consistently, and it's not. It's actually only validated by the fact that other people are also using it. It's the same with Fibonacci retracement. This week's action with the gamma ramp further strengthen your upcoming DD? I mean, no, not really. It's the gamma ramp, I think, is just a factor of the IV being low. Lots of sideways trading, IV drops, that encourages bull side to buy more contracts. I don't know. I've never done it. I don't think so. By borrowing shares, it is more expensive, but if you don't have any shares to borrow, they're not buying them to exercise them. The puts, the in the money puts, they're buying them to force the market maker to delta hedge the price down. So by buying them, the market maker's shorting on their behalf. I mean, it's irrational to exercise them. Why do the DD on out of the money puts include all out of the money puts? Those options are crazy cheap. It seems like a lot of them could just be volatility plays. That's true. Yeah, a lot of them could be. 435K. What do you read into all that? They're cheap. Existential. They're gambles. Cheap, cheap gambles. That's what $800 straight cards are. I have 5. Do I think the price is going to reach $800 by Friday? Very unlikely. But if the price runs really hard, they'll go up in value. It's the Wall Street bets way. You buy cheap, far out of the money puts in order to capitalize off a large move in the underlying. That's why there's so many $800 strike calls. If we drop below 177, do you think we'll go all the way down to 130? No. We're just going to drop through like 15 resistance levels just because we went under 177? No, it's not likely, Andrew. Although a drop below 150, 160, 150 to 160 would indicate a failure of the cup and handle. Is the market maker short them on their behalf more effective than doing it themselves? Well, it's cheaper and it carries less risk, right? Snowcase, because they can then just like unload those puts at the end of the week for a profit, or well, not for a profit, but for, you know, near what they paid for them because they're in the money, right? So there's no like theta decay. So it's much cheaper than actually shorting the stock. If we drop below 177, do you think GameStop will immediately go out of business? I mean, SoFi went up. If you're bag holding SoFi, like it'll go up in the future. It's a solid company. I mean, Bruce wasn't leading people into it for like a squeeze play, right? He was leading people into it because he thought it was a solid investment. So, you know, if you were in it as a trade and you didn't sell at the peak and you're now a bag holder, that's not Bruce's fault. And I've heard Bruce talk about SoFi, and I know for a fact that he was chatting it up as a good long-term hold. MM's buy back the Delta head shorts. Yeah. They're gonna cover because they're market makers. They're not gonna get trapped under a fucking mountain of GME shorts. Or are they? Guess it would depend on the market maker. Yeah, GME doesn't follow typical market psychology. Like I said, Elliott waves have a much higher um, statistical rate of correctness. They're much more reliable on like blue chip stocks that really follow market psychology. Like the SPY. Elliott waves are fine on the SPY. I think that there's better even on the stocks that Elliott wave works best on. I think there are better forms of technical analysis than Elliott wave. I'm just sold $20. So I'm waiting for 40 that Bruce was saying. Nice. Statistical accuracy. It's... No, because I don't think they're, even when they're correct, I don't think they're that accurate. They just predict the movement correctly. So the accuracy's still really far off. Like the actual like price points between each wave, but I'm just trying to think of a way to like phrase it better, or at least an easier way to understand it. Like it's inaccurate, but it can be correct on those stocks. Should make a playlist of all your Elliott wave rants. No. It's a nice bullish bounce. Too bad we don't have any volume. One good thing about Elliott Wave guy is the fact that he's all about GME, not AMC. Whether it's accurate or not, it teaches people indicators and hopefully it makes retail stronger as a whole. I think it does the opposite. I think every time he's wrong, it teaches people that TA is unreliable because he's using an unreliable technique to analyze the stock, right? And that just makes people less sure, right? It's just a different kind of FUD, right? Because it creates uncertainty. So I completely disagree with that sentiment, Canadian. I think what he does ultimately harms apes, especially going back and then changing your predictions. Just be like, hey, it was wrong. Let's try it again. You know. I mean, The lack of buying is probably there to assist the low IV. Like the shorts don't want the IV to drop off. That's not beneficial for them at all. I don't know why people cling to Elliott waves. Despite the results, you should absolutely tag AMC in your stream just for SEO purposes. AMC is volatile right now. Has a lot of eyes on it and brings traffic. Traffic that may churn, but it is traffic that drives views and pushes your channel higher in recommendations. That's a very good point, Jim. If the goal is to get more education on GameStop, then yeah, the higher number of viewers, the better, right? I don't know. I'll think about it. It gets annoying, though. Yeah, I know, Cam. It's reactive. Well, maybe over the course of time, filling the stream with AMC nubs will leave us with slightly more enlightened GME apes. I'm not going to wear a fucking AMC hat, JC. You take that back. Fib, which is found in nature, math, and not the stock market. There's a greater than zero number of folks who will stop by, listen, hear your honest and frank discussion, and maybe learn a thing or two. That's true. It's hard to argue with logic like that, Jim. What do you think about GME breaking below long-term upwards trend line? Nothing. There's no volume supporting the breakdown, Moritz. Remember, it's the volume traded at the price that we care about, right? We don't really give a fuck about like the price. This is why we praise VWAP, because it's volume weighted. You're not weighting the volume when you're worried about the price. When all the volume's being traded at fucking 300 and we're at 180, being at 180 is irrelevant. And even the best TA has a rate of failure, right? But just like admit that, right? Just be like, hey, like, you know, this has like X success rate. It might happen. It might fucking not. We might trade sideways. GameStop might offer, you know, 5 million shares at the money. And, you know, the stock's going to decline over several days if that happens. Like, just don't go back and change your fucking prediction. Like, literally go back and edit the initial post. Like, just be honest with people. Fib's okay. It's similar to Elliott Wave, though. It's a little better. Mostly because it's much more widely used. Yeah. What's the largest whale position you've personally confirmed among the apes? I mean, DFV, right? He has 200,000 shares. My friend has an insane position, but I don't know what it is. I know it's bigger than mine, but he definitely owns a lot. But he doesn't own any stock. His is all like in the money contracts. Has your quant guy ever gone and edited my posts? No. Not really a. It's not really a triple top. It's just trying to test VWAP. Do I ever scalp stocks? Yeah, absolutely. Scalping's like the easiest day trading method. If the opportunity presents itself, yeah. Do you consider wicks when finding support? So you just had a third touch around the 177 range. No, I don't. If you cut wicks out of your TA and only use candle bodies, your accuracy, like your predictive analysis accuracy, will go up. Yeah, I work a little bit on it every day. No estimation on published time yet, Zaris. No proof that DFE still has 200,000 shares. That's true. There isn't. But there isn't any proof that he doesn't. And I guarantee DFE would be posting his fucking gain porn all over Wall Street Bets if he had sold. Scalping's a type of day trading. Scalping is essentially trying to take profits off of a run. Most day trading is like buying low, selling high, or selling high, buying low, right? Scalping is specific in that you're like buying into a run up, like you're chasing, and then you're taking profits before they turn to losses. It's riskier, but there are opportunities to scalp, which are good. But they are not the same. It is just one of many strategies. What do you think for the rest of this week and end of week? I expect us to go up. I'm just waiting on it to happen. Sebastian. I don't think we. I think still we don't have a single fucking bearish indicator. that I've found. I mean, I haven't looked at every indicator. I'm sure I could find a bearish one, but we're oversold. ADX is showing an uptrend. Long-term RSI is at like all-time lows. Technical indicators and trends indicated a move to the upside as well. MACD's like ready for a crossover to the upside. We were kind of in a period like this before the run up on 512, if you guys don't remember. Like everything was pointing up and we were going sideways and then we went up, right? So just wait. It'll happen. I have a lot of confidence that the stock will go up again. Does anybody try to scalp minute candle movements? Yeah. High, like people trying to like high frequency day trade. I don't do that. Too much risk that like a candle can turn against you. I prefer to, I play like, my trades are definitely more conservative. You have to have a really good brokerage to do that too. If you're trying to like scalp tick by tick. Like you have to use like IBKR. You can do it on ATP, but it's that order execution's not nearly as good. Other than the stock going down every day. Yeah. But the stock going down every day is not a reason to believe that it's not going to go up. Believe it or not, right? Bearish indicator is the price itself. People need to stop looking at the price. The price is, it doesn't have that much to do with the movement. Also, the amount of volume we've traded out of trend is like fucking insignificant. Like the entire last week's volume, I think, is less than 10 million shares, or the last 5 trading days. Are we watching GM? Oh, because I have options on GM, solely FB. So I'm watching them because I constantly miss my exits when I'm streaming. And so this way I don't miss my exit. Stop procrastinating. Which T plus are we waiting for? None. I sent you a DD link on Reddit. Be good to get your thoughts. Yeah, absolutely. Can you send it on the Discord instead though? Because on the Reddit Messenger, like your message is just gonna get fucking buried in a pile of I hate technical analysis messages. So like if you want to DM me on Discord, Philbird. Or Twitter. Both of those are better options. Although I don't check Twitter very often. How's fidelity execution for scalping? Second best. But in a game where slippage is super important, being second best is not good. I use ATP frequently, but it's order execution's fine for the type of trade I do generally. And so like yeah, I don't, if I was only scalping, which let me reiterate, super risky, I would be using IBKR. There's guys that are really good at it. I just don't like it. T plus MOASS. Historical volume and Bollinger Bands. What's your opinion on those indicators? Those are fine. Yeah, HV is extremely low. BBs are squeezed. Yeah, if you read my write-up, I've been talking about BBKC for months. But yeah, the Bollingers are squeezed inside the Keltner channel. BBKC indicates that move from low volume and low volatility to high volume and high volatility. So it's just, I use a similar indicator. It's just more combined, I guess. Like you use that with TTM squeeze. But yeah, those are the ones that he's using that people have told me. I haven't really watched his videos, but people have told me about. They're perfectly good indicators for use on GameStop. They're particularly good indicators on manipulated stocks or heavily shorted stocks. And we're green? No. We're still down 5%. Are you concerned about Fidelity's limit order limitation? It's like 600% now, Leonard. They upped it. It's not 50% anymore, if that's what you're talking about. And then they sip a lukewarm ale after trimming the shrubbery. If you're not good, it's almost a form of gambling. If you're good, it's gambling. Greg has been talking about. Some gamblers are just very successful, right? Up from MOASS will take to reach peak. We're talking days or weeks after it starts. I don't know. There's two trains of thought on that, Matt. One, it could take a very long time to run up. Two, it might just jump up really fucking fast. It could, like, it can gap up, right? Like, previously, when I wrote the exit DD, I assumed that there would be liquidity in the stock still, right? But as there's, like, basically no fucking liquidity anymore, the stock could jump pretty fucking fast. Like, if someone put in a market order right now for, like, 50,000 shares, right? The stock would just, like, leap past 185. And then if it was a market order and somebody had, like, this 16,999.99 fucking order, like, it's gonna grab that order, right? Which is gonna spike the wick to 16,000 and halt the stock there, right? And then nobody's gonna fucking place another ask below 16,000, right? During the halt. Hello, Trippington. It's because of the delta hedging cloud. Can you explain exactly what scalping is or how it works? I feel like I did. Cool, Daddy. You essentially, you buy in on a, like, confirmed run up and attempt to sell before it turns around. So you're buying and selling very small upward movements in a stock. So, like, if a stock's, like, running, like what did we see run really hard today? Like when GME spiked really hard, like that first candle you buy in, and then that next candle you sell at the top. Right? So, like, maybe that spread is like 50 cents. So you're buying, like, at like 58, 50. And you're selling at like 59. Scalpers are very susceptible to bear traps. And we're red. Thanks, Phil. I'll check it out after the stream, man. It's not really outdated. It's just that we could move up faster than expected. So, like, all those phases will still occur. They just may occur a bit faster. If people don't paper hand and supply demand crunches, it would shoot up fast, right? Yeah, it can gap up. It can gap up really fast. There was a float back then, right? Like, you know, it was synthetically shorted to oblivion, but there was still a float when I wrote that. It's not really relevant. I mean, if the price hits 16,000 a share, like, are any of you still going to be working at jobs? Or, like, are you going to be like, are you going to care? Like, you're going to fucking walk away from your desk and be like, hold on, I got to handle something, right? So even if it shot up faster than expected. How's talks with Skillshare going? I get enjoyment from my work, so yeah. Okay. Whether you enjoy your job or not, like, if MOASS is happening faster than expected, you're definitely gonna, like, be like, hey, I have an emergency or something, right? I can't be here for the rest of the day. I mean, there's a million, you don't have to quit your job, right? But, like, be like, hold on real quick, I need to go become a millionaire. I don't think anyone's gonna fault you for that. And if you work at a job that would fire you for that, you're probably better off not being there anymore anyway, right? Start drawing some triangles. There aren't any. Fucking throw your Wendy's gown down on the ground and walk out to the dumpster. I walked out of my job February 1st. I mean, it's just like ridiculous that people are like worried about like being at work during MOASS. If you're so indoctrinated that you're gonna keep working while MOASS is occurring, you should think about that. You don't have to quit, but probably not the best time to be at work. Like on the scale of like family emergency to sudden accidental death of a loved one, MOASS is probably closer to sudden accidental death. What if it lasts 5 days? Who gives a fuck? 5 days, 2 weeks, it doesn't matter. You should have your eyes on it 100% of the time. Unfortunately, can't peace out. Work at hospital. lie? I don't know. Do whatever you gotta do. If I was the CEO of a multi-million-dollar corporation and somebody was trying to like leverage to buy us out and MOASS started happening, I'd be like, hey guys, I'm gonna be gone for a week. I don't know if we'll get warning. We might get warning signs. I mean, the warning sign is the price going up, right? And then the price going up faster and faster and faster. The highest amount a stock has ever gone up in a single day was 28,000%. That's why I preemptively quit my job. Well, that's not a great idea, right? Because we don't know when it's going to happen. Yeah, calling them bomb threats is highly unethical and illegal. Don't do that. I don't know, Jonathan. Better than you were looking yesterday. If you're referring to Gateway, it wasn't $28,000. It was 28,000%, I believe. No, AMC went up 600%. It was over a couple days. Ugh, SPY is not looking good. Do I hold GM till tomorrow or just take the $11 loss? Oh, it looks so bullish on the charts, though. Switch both to the same thing. I'll just hold. Can we get a power hour prediction poll? Yeah, when power hour starts. How did my daily DD get pinned again? I thought I deleted that. Yeah, volume's actually been going up a little bit. Read the exit DD, Bora. Or Bora. Bora? Oh. Say your wife's boyfriend's in labor. You need power. I don't want to draw a fucking pickle right now. I'm just gonna draw pickles every day. If we start to go up, I'll draw a pickle. Or if anything looks remotely bullish. MSM could always make their narrative positive and create more pumping of the market. Sentiment has still been strong. Yeah, sentiment's strong. People are still bullish, but people are always bullish all the way into the market crash. Even when the market's falling, people will be like, oh, that's fine. It's just a correction. Assuming institutions would want to get in on this discount. I don't. Well, there's a few reasons for that, but I'm not currently in a position to go over them, Board Gamer. We should be above 225. You are correct. We are not, but I think there's reasons for that. I'm just not sure if those reasons are right. Market's down 50%. Of course I'll buy more, yeah. Now would be a good time for the Russell 1000 rebalance. I imagine tonight in after hours we'll hear about some two-man hedge fund announcing a short position on GameStop, and then we'll run. That seems to be the way it goes. All right, I'm gonna take off to the bathroom real quick and be right back for Power Hour. I'll see you guys in just a second. For those of you listening in, trading at 179.90, just chopping on the 180 resistance still. And I'm back. Quick, let's buy some puts when he's pooping. Well, I wasn't pooping. Not really a lot of open call contracts at 180. But I'd imagine the people who spent millions of dollars buying $200 calls don't want it to go below that. Hold on, I want to take a look at the options for the last like hour. Stream shouldn't be frozen. I do all my pooping pre-stream. Thank you. Fucking. Ooh, 390 calls coming in. Quite a lot of 390 calls. 1.2 million worth, 501 contracts. 1.2 million worth of $80 calls in now. Interestingly, the 390 calls are for January. Huh. It's a lot of fucking money. $200 calls are up. So 20 million in calls today, 11 million in puts. The puts are starting to dwindle a bit though. Only 500 open interest now. Which expiry? January 21st, it looks like. That's just a big buy. They were like 150, now they're worth about 30. What kind of announcement are you expecting from SLGG? Why are people buying that stock? I really don't understand. Thoughts on copping 200 strikes that expire at the end of this week? I have a solid shot. I mean, looks like everyone else is buying them. I don't know. I don't have any. I bought it back in Feb. It was acquisition talk. That was just like bullshit on Reddit. GameStop never said they were acquiring SLGG. That was literally like somebody tying a fucking Ryan Cohen tweet into nonsense. I don't know. I'd walk away with my $30. But you do you, man. I tell you that, right? Like, I'd walk away with $30, but I'd walk away with my $30 and then GameStop would be like, hey, we're buying that company for fun. Yep, power hour. Oh. Volume. Tiny, tiny volume. People think the partnership... Ooh, VWAP just trended up on GM. That's interesting. GM gonna pay me money. Sometimes I question my stock. So I have 10 contracts for GM for this Friday. Right?
But I would never buy one of their vehicles. Is that ethical? That I'm invested currently in a company that I don't care about at all? DoD contract. Unlikely. You know that military bases are like one of the largest purchasers of gaming systems, right? And like physical media. Well, as a billionaire, I'm sure Ryan Cohen GM $60 call is gonna print. I think so. I fucking want them to. That doesn't mean they will, but yeah, I mean, the trend, it hasn't like broken down from its breakout, so I'd assume that it's going to continue upward. Is power hour really a thing? Not really. Generally, most of the trading is done in the morning. The volume in the morning is higher. Depends on the stock though. Some stocks run a lot towards the end of the day. Tesla's one. Tesla always has like it generally has like big power hours. The SPY usually does. Yeah, I don't think GM's acquiring anybody. First of all, they're not in the esports business, right? They're in the business of selling shit to the esports business. You don't buy your customer. Whatever happened to that guy YOLO to GMET? I have no idea. Trying to test my idiot savant powers. Power hour pull? It's too soon. Some crazy shit might happen here. All right, you know what? Fuck it. I'll make the predictions. If you guys haven't gotten a chance, please hit the like and subscribe for more content. Bullish side. And if you want to help support the channel, there's a donation link for our Ko-Fi down below where YouTube doesn't get extra money. MOASS plus minus 6 months from now? Minus. The GMED like doubled? People FOMO'd into the wrong stock.
Well, GameStop's not a company about becoming what people want it to become, right? It's about becoming the most profitable company it can be in its own sector, right? That's the problem with a lot of these like theories on what GameStop is going to do, is they're not really, they're just like, oh, I wish GameStop was this, right? And that's not like how business works. Like, I want GameStop to be the next Twitch. No. pull his pull his price anchoring. No, it's just realistic closing prices. If it's above that, fucking awesome. They're gonna be the new Toys R Us. No, Toys R Us went out of business. Amazon fucking crushed them. And they were predatorily shorted. So it's just like as much as I loved Toys R Us as a kid, they are gone. This is the capitalism that everyone enjoys. Speaking of Twitch, what is your next hot tub stream? Saturday at 12 p.m. Brick by brick, baby. Exactly. GameStop the new Lego. No, Lego's the Lego. I think they're privately owned and quite profitable. JK, love your pragmatic, calming vibes, dude. Been enjoying my GME journey more with you guys. Now go pay those bills, my man. Thanks, JK. I appreciate the donation, dude. Glad to have you in here, man. It goes for all of you. Thank you guys for tuning in every day. I know I'm antagonistic, but you guys hang in there, and I appreciate that. My Twitter has been eerily quiet today. I know. July 14th is it's Bastille Day. World Chimpanzee Day. You're our antagonistic pickle. Protagonistic. Can I get a link to your OnlyFans? No, Ryan Cohen, because I don't have one. Even when you say you hate people, we know you love us. When are you going to give Adobit your DD to be proofread? Never? But I like butts.
JP Morgan warns hedge funds to expect intraday margin calls. Where the fuck are they? When? What day? Tomorrow? What's the SPY doing? It's not rut row. It's still in its, like, it's just continuing its downtrend. This is not impressive. It is, however, dragging the price of this stock down, which is annoying for me. I don't know. I think some of them are secret messages, and some of them are just have absolutely nothing to do with anything. Or he gets fed like a selection of gifts by whoever manages his social media accounts, and they're like, "These are the things trending. Tweet one of them." Like other billionaires. Thank you, Karen. They got called but got voicemail. Yeah, none of them ever answer their phones. Because if they don't answer their phones, then investors calling in to pull their money out can't reach them. Is your OnlyFans only for billionaires? No, billionaires don't have any access to the OnlyFans. I mean, I don't have an OnlyFans. Hanbanan, meeting strangers from the internet in real life is generally a precarious and dangerous thing to do. Didn't your parents ever teach you about stranger danger? Why would he answer truthfully to the non-billionaire peasants think? Okay, Hamji. Do you have a premium Snapchat for custom pics? I don't. I don't want to meet any of you people IRL. Yeah, people can be cool, but they could also be not cool. Very not cool. People can actually also be the worst. I don't meet people from the internet. I mean, they're not. Can't spell danger without Dan. I mean, do you guys really want to run into a bunch of Dans in the fucking wild? What's your hot or not profile? I don't remember. I had one. I was 74% hot. I disagreed. I only had 7 votes, though, so it wasn't really fair. Don't tell Dance about the yacht party. Maybe we'll try to like see if the Dans can echolocate each other. We'll just have them all step outside their home and scream "re" into the cold night air. And like, imagine if you're a Dan and you hear another Dan. Would that make your life complete? Hot or not poll? No, we have closing price poll. I already know the answer to the hot or not poll. I don't drink beer, Han. I'd be so aroused. Let me tell you about Tinder. I know all about Tinder. But I'm also like a big dude. Like nothing really bad's gonna happen to me from running into strangers, right? Just put 6'4". That's a lie. You're in the program. Don't worry, bears don't scare me. Yeah, that's true. Or five strangers much smaller than me would also probably fuck me up. Word of advice, never fight more than one person. You will lose. If you release the secret DD early, I would actually become a billionaire. That makes me not want to ever release it. You know that, right, Ryan? You think you can just dangle your $25 over my head and I'll do what you fucking want? No. Not this pickle. This pickle can't be bought. Skillshare's already tried. Something. Yeah, I mean. But then you're the guy who shows up strapped to a Tinder date. You know? Like, don't be that guy. Can this pickle be rented? No. Can't wait for the stream to start with a Skillshare segment. That's my negotiation tactic. I just talk shit about them until they pay me enough. And then I'll be like, hey guys, so guess what? Never been challenged to or participated in a duel. Oh, I can't be a notary. I have been challenged to a duel. It wasn't a real challenge, I don't think. I didn't accept. Hey, if you explain that you're going to use the sponsorship money for GME, I'll totally use your promo code. I mean, what the fuck else would I spend it on, Gary? All my money gets spent on GME or on maintaining my ability to be alive till GME makes me rich. Except for the perm money, because I did have to pay the lady, even though she did a shitty job. Using code BOOTH. Secret DD on Reddit will be sponsored by... Bids is fucking flat. I mean, this is only one, actually, bid side looks like stronger. There's more bids than asks. Like, significantly. This is what happens when everyone wants to buy the fucking dip. I'm gonna start that stream with, hey, Apes, how you guys doing today? And then we'll just move on into talking about whoever my sponsor is. MA certified notary public. I challenge you to a duel. You can pick the weapons. Pickles at noon. 10 paces, and then we fling a gherkin at each other. First about your DD and wondering when you might be telling us about it. Cardi VWAP. I don't know. Have you ever been involved in a gang fight like the one in West Side Story or Beat It? I wish. Secret ingredient is crime. Yes. Need to artificially deepen my voice more. How low do I need to go? I don't know. I could probably go pretty low. I'm really hoarse right now though, because I've been talking for 7 hours straight. If I ever see you on the street, I will ignore you and then harass you on the next stream. I'd expect nothing less. How much do you think off-exchange trade impacts GME price? Probably about as much as on-exchange trading. Bullish cat. I like your name, by the way. Super dope. I'm just going to talk like this for the rest of the stream, guys. I would give you a knowing nod. No positions. Oh yeah, no positions. Thank you, Han. Sorry, Dijon mustard. See, I would have modded him if his name was Bullcat, but it's not. I'm definitely doing a jazzy sign off today. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Feeling it in my tendies. Have we fell below the lower support line of it? A little bit, but not on any volume. So you still have to fail with volume. You can't just slowly drift off to the downside. That doesn't invalidate technical analysis. You have to fail spectacularly, and it has not done that. There's nothing spectacular about our price drop in the last 2 weeks. I see what they did, Dr. K. It's my favorite way of eating eggs. I really like omelets. Scrambled. I like that thing where you like soft boil them and mash them up in butter. That's fucking delicious. You get them all creamy. I guess it's not really soft boil. It's more like of a yeah, it's a soft boil. I don't know how much money is needed to rent a Six Flags. Why would I go to Six Flags? If I have billionaire money, I will never attend a Six Flags in my life, even if it's privately rented out. They couldn't clean it enough. Maybe I'd have my own personal theme park built that I could enjoy privately, but not just some Six Flags. I can't think of a Six Flags in this country that's in a nice area or somewhere I want to spend my day. Like north of LA, Magic Mountain. It's hot as fuck there. Only marry strippers. They work hard for their money. Nick Reed. Don't bash strippers. Some of them are very good people. Yeah, so you soft boil a bunch of eggs, right? Set up like a Bon Marie, like a double boiler. Put like just a shitload of butter in there, right? And then you mash them with like, put some salt in. And you just mash them with the butter until they get like a nice creamy consistency. Then you top that off with some fresh ground black pepper. You spread that over some nice crispy toast points. Whew. That's a good fucking breakfast. And I don't like breakfasts. So some egg excitement. Eggs Benedict's alright. It just makes me upset to my stomach though. Holiday sauce is gross. I, I also dated one once. Udana. She worked harder than I did. She worked like 12 hours a day. It's not called scrambled eggs. This is not scrambled eggs. Maybe like British scrambled eggs, I guess. But they're not scrambled. You kind of make like a custard almost. It's like a savory custard. Tabasco is good with eggs. If you like your eggs to not taste like eggs. If you like Tabasco sauce, then anything you put it on is good with Tabasco sauce. Because it tastes like hot vinegar. It's disgusting. It's an insult to all good food, as are any other condiments, except Dijon mustard. British. Well, it's not iced. The volume's drying up. Why is the price still going down? They're using in the money puts today to short the stock. I don't have anything against salt and pepper. Those aren't condiments, they're seasonings. That actually sounds really good, Mr. MOASS. I don't know. Name a condiment. Is jelly a condiment? No. Tabasco sauce. Salt and pepper are not condiments. That's why they're not in the condiment aisle. Mayonnaise is a condiment. Relish. Ketchup. Mustard. These are condiments. Steak sauce. Ugh. Yeah, tartar sauce is a condiment. Although, is it? Tartar sauce is more of a dipping sauce. What's different? Truffle is a mushroom. It's not a condiment. I don't think barbecue sauce is a condiment. Unless you're applying it after the cooking. Otherwise, it's more of like a marinade or like basting liquid. I love olive oil. Not a condiment. Can be used as a condiment, but it's not a condiment. Let's look up the definition of condiment so we can better define condiment. A substance. How is it salt a condiment? Salt is a seasoning. I don't like this definition. I'm going to find a better one. Salt. I don't like it. I'll make up my own definition for condiment. Shit that comes in a jar that you put on your food to make it taste like the shit in the jar. Technically is a mineral. Oh, I don't give a shit what you do, Oracle Dan. I feel like the definition of condiment's too loose. Like, if I put ham on bread, is that a condiment? It's enhancing the flavor of my bread. I don't like it. Term needs a better definition. Ketchup is a jam? Is it? It's more like a spread, right? Those are very specific. Jam and spread and preserve. No, not all hot sauces. I just don't like ones that are like vinegar based. Salt is a condiment, motherfucker. Accept it. Add it to your life. Be a better person. Start paying your bills. You're a 6'3" man, for Christ's sake. Fuck you, Dr. K. See, and this is the kind of appreciation you too could get as a donor on this channel. Corn comes in a jar. I've never seen corn in a jar. I've seen it in a can or in like a frozen bag or on a cob, but I've never seen corn in a jar. Apparently, everything is a condiment. Whatever your base food is, the thing you put on it, by definition, is a condiment. So if you have a carbohydrate and you add things to it, those are all condiments. Who has the best barbecue sauce? Oh, I really like the mustard one. I think it's one of the Carolinas. And I mean, like, who doesn't love sweet barbecue sauce? I don't know what region that's from, though. I feel like I should have more knowledge of barbecue, and I don't. I can't stand sriracha. Salt is a mineral. Stand up for yourself, for God's sake. Yeah, well, but it's defined as a condiment. It's literally an example in the definition, which is very frustrating. I don't like this. This is clearly a flaw in the English language. Oh yeah, popped, but that's just kernels in a bag, so. Or, oh, you know what? I think I saw a jar of popcorn one time. So that's possible. Moonshine is corn in a jar. Sorta. South Carolina. Yeah, but it's not a vinegar-based hot sauce like Tabasco. Condiment, a thin rubber sheath worn on a man's foot during exercise as a contraceptive or protection against infection. Interesting. Condominiums.
I would like to try salsa verde. Salsa verde is great. Then black peppers a corn? No. Yeah, popcorn comes in jars. What if I started? You guys really have a lot of fucking opinions on condiments. I'll tell you that much. Don't you dare compare me to a fucking condiment, Dr. K. What's the McRib made out of? I think like shredded and formed pork, right? Says the guy who doesn't agree with the definition of condiment. I don't. It's a bullshit definition. It should be more specific. I don't like the vagueness. What do you think the next hype date besides 7/14 and 7/16? I don't know. 7/19? 7/20? Probably 7/21, 22, and 23 as well. And on ad infinitum until MOASS happens. Are you a burrata cheese guy? I like burrata. It's good. It's a tasty cheese. Pressed meat product. Whoever says mayo is the best condiment is a shill. Like traditional like homemade like mayonnaise is really fucking good. But like Hellman's is just egg fat that you spread on things to make them slide down your esophagus more easily. It doesn't really have a lot of flavor though. But if you ever like whip up some of your own mayonnaise, phenomenal. A date ending with any number. How are we looking against the wedge trend? We're fine, Tony. Just doing sideways chop. Irrelevant deviation. That was a pretty interesting. I'd like to read that paper, Skittlebrow. Was it well written? I mean, you say interesting, so find it for me and send it to me in a PDF form, please. I would like that. QP Mayo's where it's at. Oh, I hate Miracle Whip. Ugh. Worst condiment for boofing. Also Tabasco sauce. Mr. MOASS, the number of times that you've had aioli with actual black truffle in it, I highly suspect it's been black truffle oil, which is one of the foulest ingredients on the planet.
What an unfun day in the market this is. The SPY didn't crash, GME didn't go up, and General Motors is just trading sideways and slightly down. Did anything do well today? The SPXX is up a little bit. Ooh, the VIX went up. That's kind of exciting. Yeah, truffle oil is a disgusting abomination of food. And the odds of somebody using actual black truffle in a aioli are pretty slim. Coarse brown mustard, worse for boofing than vinegar. Maybe. How many pounds of caviar do you plan to eat? I don't know. I don't want to get gout. When's GM's weekly squeeze gonna fire off? I don't know. Does it squeeze every week? I don't really track the stock. It looked good on my charts, so I bought some. Not even a lot. It was just the potential upside because the options are so cheap was very enticing. Everyone's waiting for JPOW. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Fed meeting tomorrow. Fucking whole market's flat, except for Newegg's down 15%. It's time for GameStop to buy them out. VIX is trailing. FICC 006, NSCC 008, DTC 013. Interesting. Really good truffle oil on a poke salad. Very good. Ugh. There's no truffle oil in a chocolate truffle. Mohammed, thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, dude. I appreciate that. Enjoy your emojis. I feel like you guys aren't using. Do we need new emojis? Is that what's happening here? You guys are bored with the 13 emojis you already have? I've barely seen any today. We have local grown black truffles, but they're mostly sold to restaurants. Yeah. Enjoy your once in a lifetime opportunity to see the super secret. Oh yeah. By the way, for anybody that wasn't here earlier, didn't hear me earlier today, this weekend only, all Cornichons invited to hang out in the Dillionaire Country Club stream. Black background plus tiny green lines equal awful emoji. How dare you say that the Long Johnson emoji is awful? Each one of those has their own distinct little face. The emojis crash my stream. Don't get used to it, Cornichons. It's just a clever marketing mechanism to get you to upgrade your membership. That's correct. But I want them to know what they're missing out on in person, right? These emojis is fire. Really? They don't show up on mobile? Stop. Is there a daycare at this country club? No. Yeah, I can see what you're writing, windmill. Oh, guys, we're almost at 1K likes. Make it fucking happen. The emojis will be for 3-month members. You're gonna let them rehypothecate your likes, everybody. We're so close. No approximations, Zach Smith. Well, data needs to be confirmed. Sucks strategies to keep Kirk from getting stuck on 180 again. But guys, no matter how high the price goes, it's always 180. This is how I prepped you guys for the incoming dip. And you say I'm not from the future. I've been telling you 180 for weeks now, and no one's been listening. We're trading at 300, 180. Trading at 280, 180. They're like, we're not at 180. And I'm like, no, we're at 180. Win tendies. Yeah, XCLA had crazy volume today. It had a shitload of volume in the pre-market. It came up on my scanners, but I didn't like the entry. It looked like a risky play. I don't know what the fuck they do. Like tons of volume and volatility. I don't want to just get like wiped out on some like unknown company trade. Was 140's Borden's 140? No, Oracle Dan 180. Synthetic like. Yeah, I mean, feel free to create synthetic lights for liquidity. Well, 180 is halfway to 360. How's the SpyFi? Any failed tests today? Yeah. Repeatedly failing VWAP. Constant downtrend. Probably a sell-off before close. You know, the usual. No, 180. Who secures payment for like flow? I don't know. We did it, guys. Thank you so much. I think it's important, but I don't know why it's important. Something with algorithms. What kind of music do you like? I think I have like a shared Spotify playlist. Someone can probably link that to you, $. I don't think I have any death metal on there. I'm not Michael Burry. Imagine just listening to full blast death metal while watching a stock with no volume trade sideways. Am I a mod yet? No. Yep, one day closer to MOASS, guys. Congratulations. Hambanan dropping the playlist. That's fine, Gisela. I don't like a lot of people's taste in things, and I always judge them unfairly because of it. It's all Billie Eilish. None of it's her. I hope. Who and who doesn't have worth based on obscure criteria? That sounds about right. I think they base it on how much money they can make off someone. So you're a big fan of 3-minute songs? No, there's a lot of songs on there that are more than 3 minutes. I think. What isn't on there is my favorite song currently, which is Smooth Criminal by Michael Jackson. I'm listening to it right now. It's been on repeat for the last 2 hours. Wasn't like a G6 in your playlist? It might have been. I don't know. Yeah, I just had to look unsubbed. Fuck this place. All right, later, Gisela. It was good knowing you. Just go music for 8 hours watching a stock church sideways. $180.01 incoming. Well, $180.01 is the bull side of 180, right? Like I don't want to add neutral. Not as good as the original Kazakh. Ding ding ding. That's 2 cents off. God damn it. Oh well. We'll live. All right. Thank you all for tuning in. Closed at 180.03. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you guys and have a great